Egunon etori, egunon etongi etori. Hello and good morning, everybody. Welcome back to our third edition of South Summit Industry and Energy here in Bilbao. What a pleasure to wake up in this incredible city, and very excited for the next 2 days of what is going to happen in this space, and we'll get a little bit deeper into that later on. But please join me in giving a big, warm South Summit welcome to our founder and president, Maria Benjumea.
Egunon. Buenos días, good morning everyone, and welcome to South Summit Vizcaya Industry and Energy. Querida Ainara Basurco, diputada del Departamento de Promoción Económica de la Diputación Foral de Vizcaya, querido Joseba, director general de Emprendimiento, Talento y Competitividad Empresarial, lógicamente, de la Diputación Foral de Vizcaya. Qué alegría estar de nuevo aquí en Bilbao, en esta maravillosa torre BAT, y con un equipo tan increíble que quiero además también saludar y dar las gracias a Ander, a Ekaín, porque todo el año trabajamos de una manera extraordinaria para crear este South Summit Industry and Energy, porque estamos aquí, en la Diputación de Vizcaya, en Vizcaya, con la Diputación, que es distinto. And as you very well know, and I want to welcome everyone from every place of the world that has come here to Vizcaya, to Bilbao, to this extraordinary VAT tower, because Vizcaya is the epicenter of industry and energy in Spain. And that's why this vertical that we are building from 2 years on, this is the third edition of Industry and Energy here in Vizcaya, is just because of that. Because here that we share the most values and the way how we understand the ecosystem and how we think we have to build together it is the place to be if we want to do business between everyone. Because as you know, South Summit, you know very well, but if we always say that South Summit is not a conference, it's not just an event, it's much more, it's the platform to add value to everyone, the most valuable network for entrepreneurship. Here is still much difference. Here we come to work. We come to the building sessions. We come to share business, to work together in between startups, investors, corporates. So we come here just to make business. And we want to thank the Diputación of Vizcaya, just first to have work in Vizcaya, to build an incredible space where everything for taxis and for make the ecosystem grow has made it possible. And you will see during these days. So not only this is the epicenter for energy and industry, beside that is the place where you can develop your business. So that's the best days we are going to work together. And also I want to say that we are not going to work only here. We are going to those places that we have in the program just to go to there, like the Port of Bilbao and others, but also the cultural ones, because we have to enjoy this city. It's absolutely amazing. And I can tell you, because this morning, very early in the morning, I've gone for a walk, and I can assure you that I've had the best of the morning just to start. So thank you, everyone, for coming here. I'm sure that you've come for very good reasons, and you are going to have good results. So move and make that business. Thank you very much to everyone. Ainara, everything is for you.
Escriasco María, and please give a very warm welcome to the Diputado Floral del Departamento de Promoción Económica de la Diputación Floral de Vizcaya, Ainara Basurco.
Maria estimatua, South Summiteko arduradunak, South Summitera etorri zareten ekintzaile, berritzaile eta lagun estimatuak, dear entrepreneurs, innovators, and friends of South Summit, welcome to Bizkaia. Pozik nago, hemen zuei ongi etorria ematen. Ongi etorria Bizkaira, South Summit Kongresuaren edizio berri honetara. Europa hegoaldean ekintzailetza aurreratuaren esparruan erreferentziazkoa den eta aldi berean berrikuntza bultzatzen duen motore garrantzitsua den kongresu honetara. Me alegra daros la bienvenida a Vizcaya, a esta nueva edición del South Summit, congreso referente en el sur de Europa en el ámbito del emprendimiento avanzado, un motor que impulsa la innovación. I am delighted to welcome you to Vizcaya and to this new edition of South Summit, a leading conference in Southern Europe in the field of advanced entrepreneurship, a driving force for innovation. This 2024 edition, the third one, is promising. Over 500 people have registered, 60% of whom come from outside the Basque Country and 20% from abroad. We welcome to South Summit 130 startups, 104 corporations, and 40 investors. This year, we are focusing on two essential pillars for Vizcaya, industry and energy. In the Basque Country, and especially in Vizcaya, the energy sector is strategic. In 2022, it generated 15.7 billion euros and employed 26,000 people, and 25% of our gross domestic product is industrial. These are two of our great strengths. Over 2 days, topics such as the decarbonization of industrial processes, sustainable mobility, and renewable energies will be discussed, which are vital for our society, because we are facing an unprecedented challenge to transform how we produce, how we move, and how we live in our planet with limited resources. And innovation plays a crucial role in this challenge. The energy transition is indeed a response to climate change, but it is more than that. It represents a great opportunity to lead a technological and economic revolution. In Vizcaya, we have embraced this challenge with great determination. We have a robust, well-developed ecosystem of entrepreneurship and innovation that supports research and development to create and implement creative solutions. In sectors such as renewable fuels, energy efficiency, and the decarbonization of mobility, we are working very hard because we aspire to lead this transition from Vizcaya. To achieve this, we have the right ingredients: top-tier technology and research centers, prestigious universities and vocational training centers, large and small companies that are leaders in their niches and sectors, dynamic startups and public administrations, such as the Vizcaya Provincial Council and others, which are 100% committed to and involved with industry and the business fabric. Our job is to create the conditions that will enable this ecosystem to bear fruit, because Vizcaya is business-friendly. Over these 2 days, you will have the opportunity to see this in detail and at first hand. You will also have the chance to visit 2 places, Maria also says, 2 places home to iconic projects for us, the Port of Bilbao and Automotive Intelligence Center. I urge you not to miss these visits. They are well worth it, you will see. We are accelerating the chance Towards a sustainable future, and to achieve this, we need more innovation, more startups, and more non-conformist and creative people to lead them. Many of those people are based here in BAT, B Accelerator Tower, our cornerstone of advanced entrepreneurship and open innovation. BAT is the space that will host South Summit today and tomorrow, but it is so much more. It is a global platform connected to more than 140 international hubs. It brings together startups, corporations, investors, and technology centers under one roof, fostering collaboration and growth. It is the place where ideas come to life and become projects with a global impact. As you can see, in Vizcaya, we have highly qualified talent, cutting-edge infrastructures, and connectivity that make us a highly innovative region in Europe. But it's just the tip of the iceberg, and the whole region supports startups with incubation and acceleration programs and access to funding. And the Vizcaya Provincial Council supports entrepreneurs with these tools. This year's South Summit program provides plenty of opportunity to learn, connect, and be inspired. Startup competitions and networking sessions also offer the chance to transform an idea into a tangible project with the support of investors and experts. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Maria and the entire South Summit team for your effort and dedication. The passion you put in your work is clear to see. Eskerrik asko benetan. Lastly, I would like to invite everyone to make the most of this great opportunity. Welcome to South Summit 2024. Welcome to Vizcaya, the land of opportunities. Thank you for being part of this community that not only imagines the future, but also builds it. Amaitzeko nioen, mundu guztia gonbidatu nahi dudala aparteko aukera hau ahalik eta gehien aprobetxatzera. Ongi etorri, South Summit 2024. Ongi etorri aukeren lurralde honetara, Bizkaira. Eskerrik asko etorkizuna imaginatzeaz gain, etorkizuna eraikitzen duen komunitate handi honen parte izateagatik. Ongi etorriak eta eskerrik asko eta disfrutatu.
Eskerrik asko, diputada. Folks, we are officially open for our third edition of South Summit in Biscay of Industry and Energy. Bear with me to give you just 1 minute of why we're here and what we're about. South Summit, as Maria mentioned, is not an event. It's not a conference, it's not a trade show, it's a platform. It's a platform to accelerate the development of the entrepreneurial ecosystem, regardless of the stage of development that it is at. We work with some of the most innovative ecosystems in the world, and we work with more emerging ecosystems to drive forward their entrepreneurial community and industry, because we believe that that's where the future of economic growth is. And here, in particular, looking at energy transition, mobility, and Industry 4.0, it's more pertinent than ever that entrepreneurship plays a core role in transforming the global economy. As the Diputada mentioned, we're here because of the economic opportunity. Transition to a net zero economy is the greatest economic opportunity facing us, and it requires a huge integration of disruptive technologies in each of these verticals that are totally transversal in all different industries. And this is why we're here in Vizcaya, and this is why we're here in Bilbao. It's a phenomenal example, a global reference in terms of what an innovation ecosystem should look like. And we're thrilled to be here with the Diputada and all of the Department Floral de Economía y Promoción for this region to expand it and connect it with the world. South Summit is about building connections and connecting them with the rest of the world to accelerate these opportunities. So don't get too comfortable, because all of you are going to be working these next 2 days. We're here to work. This is a work forum. And it's quite pertinent that over the last 3 years, we've been coinciding with the COP event, always happening in November, where they like to talk and they like to plan. But here, we are here to work, to remangarse, no? And get stuck in. Es que no llego, María. Es que no llego. Egunon. hopefully over the years, I'll introduce more to Scala. So we're here to work. Every single one of you is in this room not by accident. You are here because you are expert in your area and have a relevant impact on these 3 verticals that we're looking at over the next 2 days. So everybody is expected to work here. And considering that expertise, I do ask you to suspend belief. We're here to dream, to envision, to create. This is a creative space, okay, that is taking you out of the normal day-to-day to really, really open your minds in terms of thinking about what's possible. Honestly, we're here to dream, because if we can't dream about what the future economy will look like, we'll never be able to develop plans to actually get there or build the technologies to make it happen. So all of you are incredible entrepreneurs, innovators, investors, corporates, and institutions in your day-to-day. We know that. That's why you're here. I invite you to park that for the next 2 days as we work together to dream up and create a roadmap, a working plan, and a development group to actually implement on some of those dreams and ideas that we come up with. So I do make that request that you approach everything open-mindedly to maximize the creative energy that we create in this space, because that's really what we can offer you over the next 2 days, day and a half. And the visit to the Guggenheim or the fine arts is just as relevant as, listening to our opening keynote, because that connection on the bus, on the way to the port, might be the seed that starts something very interesting over the coming months and the coming years. So be open-minded at all opportunities over the next couple of days. And I thank you in advance for that. So to kick off, we're absolutely thrilled to be able to welcome our opening keynote speaker to the session. Extremely relevant and not a coincidence that we are opening talking right at the core of energy transition. There's so many technologies and opportunities and so much required and such a sense of urgency around getting to the core of this transition, which is right at the core of energy, which really is kind of where it all starts. And we're thrilled to have this company and this entrepreneur come and talk to us about how they view the opportunity within this market, how fast it is evolving, and looking at one particular very innovative technology which can play a role in this new landscape of energy transition. So please join me in welcoming to the stage founder and CEO of Naked Energy, Christoph Williams. Woo! Woo! Welcome, Christoph. Thanks for being here. Welcome.
Thank you. Bueno, muy buenos días a todos. Me llamo Christoph Williams, soy el director ejecutivo de Naked Energy. Hablo un poquito de español porque estoy casado 26 años ahora con mi esposa que es uruguaya. Entonces soy en inglés con un acento de Latinoamérica que imagino que es muy divertido. Pero si me permitís, ahora voy a cambiar en inglés para el keynote. Good morning, everybody. Lovely to be at South Summit. Thank you so much for the invitation. This is really exciting. I've never been to Bilbao before, so this is really exciting for me. My name's Christoph Williams. I'm the CEO and founder of a company called Naked Energy. Naked means clean, pure energy, the opposite of fossil fuels. So I'm here to talk to you today about changing energy for good. And when I say changing energy for good, I mean changing it for the better, away from dirty fossil fuels to clean energy, from a centralized system to a distributed energy system. And also for good, I mean for the long term. Let's lock in a clean energy system that's here forever. But before I kick off, I want to ask a question to everybody in the room. Can you please raise your arm really high if you haven't had a hot shower or a hot bath in the last 24 hours? You haven't? Okay. Good on you. Okay, so anyway, it's not a joke. The reason I ask is to raise an important use of energy, right? So the vast majority of everybody in this room has had a hot shower or a hot bath. The average person uses about 50 liters of hot water a day to have a hot shower or a hot bath or their hot taps. That's about 4 kilowatt hours of energy per person. So if we multiply that out to everybody in this room, that's a lot of energy. That's a lot of hot water. Now let's multiply it out to the whole of Bilbao. That is an enormous amount of water. Now let's expand that out to the whole world. How much energy does the whole world use, every single person, on hot water? It's a staggering amount of energy. In fact, this is where most of the energy goes on the planet. If you break the energy use on the planet down to 3 buckets, you've got power, which is 17% of total demand on the planet for our lighting and our devices. Mobility is around 30%. But heat for hot water, apart from you, hot water for showers, for your taps, for space heating and cooling buildings, but also process heat and industry. It's a huge amount of energy. So how do we decarbonize it? As I said, 51% of all the energy we use on the planet goes on heat. And unfortunately, 87% of that heat is still powered by burning fossil fuels. So it's a really dirty fuel. And it's responsible for 40% of all global emissions. So if we want to do something about getting to net zero, we need to decarbonize heat. The challenge is heat decarbonization is very difficult. It's bombas de gas, it's gas boilers, it's furnaces and industry. It's a distributed energy form that's hard to decarbonize. So how do we decarbonize heat? Well, one theory is we electrify everything. I put nearly in there because we can't electrify absolutely everything. Electrification absolutely is one of the key planks of how we're going to drive the energy transition. It's a very efficient medium, and we will electrify. But electrification is a multi-decade challenge. It's not something we can do this decade to get to 100% electrification. So it's going to take time. And in terms of decarbonizing heat, the core technology of choice at the moment is heat pumps. Heat pumps are a great technology. They're getting cheaper. They're getting more efficient all the time. But a heat pump needs electricity to work. It's not a renewable energy in itself. So it needs clean power for it to be clean. And so it's going to add a load onto that electrical grid. And on top of that, we're starting to electrify mobility with our electric vehicles, electric buses. So the demand on that grid, if you remember the pie chart, is going to get even bigger. So where is all this power going to come from? All this clean power. See, cables, the grid is like the veins of the energy transition. We have to get that energy through there. So let's just think for a moment. Imagine we could generate 100% of all the clean power we need for 100% of all the demand that we have for heat, transport, and power. How are we going to get it through those cables sustainably and affordably and reliably to the end customers? We will get there eventually, but as I said, it's going to take multiple decades. So let me take you back to the pie chart. Where does all the energy go? In the heat part, actually around 30,000 terawatt hours of energy, it's a staggering amount of energy, goes on heat that's actually below 200 degrees Celsius. So it's an addressable heat. And that heat is heat for industrial processes like paper and pulp, food and beverage, textiles industry. It's also hot water in hospitals, hotels, leisure centers. So this is water that's being used in these buildings. And so how can we decarbonize these with a zero carbon heat that's really cost effective? Well, there's actually a European-made manufacturing technology. It's made here in Europe. It's an industry that's here, the materials, the manufacturing, the value chain. And that technology is solar thermal. It's a technology that uses the warmth from the sun, because most of the energy from the sun, and in Spain, you're blessed with more sunshine than we are in the UK, but you use that warmth to actually directly heat water in industrial, commercial, and residential buildings. And you can do it from small residential to commercial to megawatt scale community heating. So this is a European industry that is growing, but it's often overlooked. And it's truly grid edge. The beauty about solar thermal is that it's generating clean heat where it's needed. And every system has storage, thermal storage, whether it's a small hot water tank or a very large buffer, or even storing it in the ground, which is adding flexibility to the grid. Every single gigawatt hour of energy that's generated on these buildings or communities is a gigawatt hour of less investment you need to make in cables, interconnectors, substations. It's really complementary to electrification. So solar thermal is a very important but often overlooked technology. Not only is it made in Europe, it's very cost effective. If you look at the levelized cost of energy of solar thermal, whether it's for a large district heating network, a residential building, or industrial project, the levelized cost of energy is very competitive against the levelized cost of power for other renewable technologies, and very importantly, against the counterfactual of carbon fossil fuels. So it's a very, very cost-effective solution at a levelized cost as well. So at Naked Energy, we have our own take on solar thermal and hybrid solar technologies. And our mission statement is about changing energy for good. That is our core mission at our company. And we've developed a unique set of solar thermal technologies, one that does pure heat for industrial processes and commercial buildings, but also a globally unique technology that produces hot water and electricity at the same time. It's a combined solar technology for commercial and industrial applications. And both products are called Virtue. We've now deployed our technology into 9 countries in Europe, and we've just started in the US. They range from university campuses to leisure centers to office buildings, high-end residential. So we're really trying to scale, and we're helping these customers reduce their energy costs and also decarbonize at the same time. To be able to get these on buildings, we have to go through a process called certification, which is independent testing. They put it through horrendous tests, like set it on fire, they freeze it, and we chose TÜV in Germany. If you've got an iPhone or any electrical device, TÜV Rheinland have certified it. So we created a film to relive that journey, and it's about 90 seconds long, so I'm going to run a little film for you. I'm going to stop talking for 90 seconds. I hope you enjoy it. This is a little brand launch film that we've done about certification.
Virtue, pushed to the limits, so the planet isn't.
Pushed to the limits. I feel like that sometimes. So we actually filmed that on iPhone, which is a lot of fun. So it shows what you can do on an iPhone. I hope you enjoyed it. Bringing you back to Spain, I'd like to show you a case study that we're working on at the moment for a large industrial client that needs very high temperature heat all year round. We're developing a 3.2 megawatt renewable heat project. And it's a combination of Virtue, the technology you just saw, with PV and a water to heat, steam heat pump. And it can deliver heat at 160 degrees Celsius continuously at 6 bar pressure, which is what they need. It delivers 42% of total energy demand that they need. And also they're saving 40% on day one because they're signing up to a heat as a service contract. So the client doesn't even need to invest any capital in the project. They just need to invest in a lower cost of fuel. And in fact, Spain, as I mentioned, is blessed with more irradiation. So you have lots of sunshine to drive these thermal processes. And it's a free fuel from the sun. And across Spain, we can deliver very affordable megawatt hours of gas at affordable prices. That's megawatt hours of steam at 160 degrees C, which when you compare a heat price to, say, fossil gas or oil and an 80% efficient boiler, it is either the same price or less expensive than their current fossil fuel price, and it's 100% renewable. So a very exciting offer that we are looking and developing in Spain. Naked Energy, we're establishing ourselves in Portugal and in Spain, and we're looking for partners to help us with this scaling effort to address commercial and industrial clients. So if you're an EPC or a developer or an installer, we'd love to talk to you. So changing energy for good. Just back to concluding, this is the kind of core theme about what can we do. I know when you look at the news sometimes, it can be a bit bleak. You see flooding, you see wildfires, hurricanes, you see conflicts happening in Europe, which is often over energy or resources. It can be a bit bleak. However, I'm optimistic. The reason why I'm optimistic is because the energy transition is on its way. The train has left the station. And when you look at renewable power in terms of the cost of PV, wind, it's cost competitive in many markets compared to renewable power, compared to grid energy. So that's really positive. And more money is going into renewable energy than fossil gas. So it's not one technology as well that's going to solve the problem. It's a combination of solutions. It's smart technologies that are interconnected. It's generating assets, it's optimization, it's energy efficiency. And so it's all these solutions together that are going to make the difference. But the number one thing that's really going to drive change is you. It's the people in this room. It's the entrepreneurs that are starting climate tech businesses and scaling climate tech businesses. It's the investors. It's the event organizers like this. It's the policymakers. So keep doing what you're doing. We'll get there, and let's keep changing energy for good. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Christoph. Incredible, fascinating to see what they're doing there with cutting-edge technology, and incredible to see the expenditure on fossil fuel on heat. Maybe we can include that as a specific vertical next year, heat, because I found that pretty powerful, the amount of energy actually used there, and what a clever solution. Thank you, Christoph. Moving swiftly on. Sorry, I totally forgot to introduce myself. Hi, everybody. I'm Liz Fleming. I'm the Chief Ecosystem Officer at South Summit. I'm with the team for 14 years, creating ecosystems, so it's really what I love to do. I'm very privileged to get to call this a job. And I also consider myself a recovering venture capitalist, so happy to talk about over the coffee break with anybody about that. And moving swiftly along, we're moving into our next conversation, going from very expert-specific to much broader themed, looking at the value of partnerships in creating these open innovation ecosystems. So please join me in welcoming to the stage regulars and newbies to South Summit. Leading this conversation, we have Sami Abu Sam, founder and CEO at Zigzag, Begoña Perez Villarreal, director at EIT Food South, Miguel Peral, co-founder and CEO at NX Technologies, and Marisol Santana Valencia, board of directors at WA4 Steam. Let's go, folks. Thank you for being here. Thanks. Good to see you. ¿Qué tal, Lucias?
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? Is this working? Perfect. So, great pleasure to be back here. Not my first time, clearly, at South Summit. And always great to see a community of like-minded people discussing and exploring ideas together. Today, I have a very interesting session to go over, especially that it actually goes on the intersection of Industry 4.0, mobility, and energy. And what we will try to cover today is basically the synergies among all of these. And for that reason, we have with us three experts in the field. We have Marisol, who's also a woman angel for STEAM. We have Mikel, who's the founder and CEO of NX Technologies, and Begoña, who's a director at EIT Food for South. So without further ado, I would like to start with each one of you quickly introducing yourself, just very quickly to get the audience to know your background and kind of your areas of expertise, so that I hopefully can reach a point where we speak about the synergies of the different areas of Industry 4.0 and the rest. So, Marisol.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Marisol Santana. My expertise is in renewable energies. I've been working for renewable energies companies for over 20 years. I began in Abengoa. Maybe some of you know the company. It was one of the pioneering companies in the sector. Recently, I changed from the supply side to the demand side. I was developing a green steel project in Portollano, a groundbreaking project. Also, I'm passionate about new technologies and innovation. I'm a business angel, both individual and through platforms, such as Women Angels for STEAM, investing in women entrepreneurs in STEAM, also in another platforms such as Impact Angels and Impact Investment. So I think for this session is enough.
Yeah, so my name is Mikel Peral. I am co-founder and CEO of NX Technologies. Prior to founding NX Technologies, I worked in corporate finance, investment banking, and strategy in some consulting firms. And now in NX Technologies, we are based here in the Basque Country, in San Sebastian. We do electronics, motor controllers, and battery management systems, which are key components in any kind of electric vehicle or fuel cell vehicle, battery electric vehicle, and also any kind of battery system for energy storage.
Awesome. And Begoña.
My name is Begoña Pérez Villarreal. I'm a pharmacist. I work in the agri-food sector for a long time. And what I'm doing here, it took me some time to convince the organizer, Ander, but you will see, because the agri-food sector is a perfect example of employing the synergies that Industry 4.0 mobility and energy transition can be to.
Awesome, great. And for a quick word about myself, I'm Sami Abusab, CEO and founder of Zigzag Ventures. We do invest in early stage, idea stage startups in sector agnostic technology-enabled ones. So when you speak about Industry 4.0, we speak about the interrelation of multiple things here. Like typically in the past or in the last year, let's say, AI has been taking all the hype and large language models as well. Like we should invest in that and do all kind of things. But I believe the AI boat has passed in a way. Like it's already too late to think about investing and working on AI if you haven't done so already. The area that's still kind of in like hyper growth, in my opinion, is still Industry 4.0 because that's the area that can leverage all the other technologies that have been built in the last 5 to 10 years and take them to scale. And this is kind of the core of what I'm going to try to cover with my guests today and panelists. And I guess the first question for the three of you, and with no particular order, like I'll leave it to you to whoever feels strongly about answering this first, like how do you think about the interrelation between energy, Industry 4.0, and mobility in general? Like whoever wants to pick up on that first, please go ahead, and then I'll come back to.
Okay, I will start. Thank you. In relation to the energy transition, for me it's a clear relation with mobility. It's like if we can analyze the consume of energy, we have like three blocks. One is the industry, one is the mobility, it's transport, and the other one is buildings. More or less 1/3 each. So for me, in that case, it's the relation. All of them, at the end, they are consuming energy. So it's like the beginning of the structure.
Yeah, the way I see it, and that's a good point, that it's, we used to burn fossil fuels. Now energy transition requires converting energy and transporting electricity or other green energy kind of materials or molecules. So the point is, this means it has to be a big shift on how we, hardware that needs to be deployed to do that. I think Naked Energy's presentation was a very good example about it. And that change of hardware and new technologies, new items, are opening new opportunities, as Maria was saying at the beginning of the event. So the key in any kind of digital agri energy mobility is there are new hardware, there is new technology, and somehow we all have to support those entrepreneurs that are taking risks to be successful, so those technologies can be developed, can be manufactured, can be commercialized, and that those players that are winning in the future are based in our regions, and we can really compete worldwide.
Great. Then, Begonia, I guess I'm going to ask you a question before you jump to that, because I think that was a very eye-opening thing you shared over our preparatory session to this. So everyone's speaking about energy transition. And when we think about agriculture and agri-food, many people think that it's a consumer of energy. But you had shared something a bit different with me. So can you maybe share with the public?
I would like to ask the audience, what is the main sources of renewable energy in the EU? Do you think is wind, is solar? What do you think?
I don't know.
Biomass. Biomass, the non-fossilized organic materials, this is 60% of the renewable energy used today in the EU. So for me, that when I hear that, that was very revealing, because we have been always considered, as you said, as the bad boys users of energy and producing a lot of CO2 and whatever. But just for you to realize, biomass is still 60% of the renewable energy used in the EU. And going to unlocking the synergy aspect as well, agriculture is not only a consumer, but as well it can be a main source of decarbonization and energy optimization, as you know. For that, it's imperative to use Industry 4.0 tools, IoT, all the artificial intelligence, everything that make us be more effective and transform the way that we do the traditional industry. That is what we do, what we call sustainable agriculture or regenerative agriculture, where, by the way, in south of Europe, especially in Spain, we are really very strong, and we are exporting this new way of doing agriculture. So this is the connection with the Industry 4.0. There is a lot of used, a lot of need to, and as you might imagine, or perhaps you don't might imagine, one of the main uses of this kind of digitalization tools are the farmers. Farmers are really very digitalized people, much more than you can think of, much more than the processing industry, by the way. Much more. And the last thing that I would like to say about mobility, obviously, the agri-food sector is global, so logistics is needed in each and every step of the food system. So any kind of innovation that mobility you can do, it will benefit very much the agri-food chain.
No, definitely, and that's a great example, actually, of the applications of all of these technologies into one industry here, which is agriculture. And from that, I want to also kind of discuss a bit further the kind of sustainable materials, the kind of value chain getting into that, and eventually to create the right energy management systems or battery management systems or other tools that would enable such industries. So this could be in agriculture, it could be in other sectors as well. And for that, I think, Mikel, I want to ask you a little bit more about that from your experience and kind of how you see this kind of value chain being materializing in sectors.
That's a very good question, because if we see some kind of breakthrough innovations, for example, in the 50s, 60s, the solar panels were invented by ExxonMobil in the US, but afterwards, those solar panels have gone mainstream and have built renewable energy because other countries have industrialized them and make them to the mass market. So I think that we have an opportunity with energy transition to really industrialize our countries, try to generate wealth, try to generate good job positions. Doesn't mind if it's mobility, energy transitions, or agriculture, Industry 4.0. We have to go back to our core principles that are: we are excellent in manufacturing, we are innovative, we are very agile, and we have to go back. And for that, startups are key, and partnerships are key. And somehow, in any kind of vertical, any kind of technology, we have to look to the whole value chain. It doesn't make sense that we invest billions in new electric vehicle chargers if the content of those chargers is 70% sourced overseas. It doesn't make sense if we invest billions in electrolyzers if the technology is not part of things that we control. So I think that we have to together to promote, to invest, and to cooperate between corporates, startups, institutions to really make that happen. And it's not just crazy idea. For example, we are working with many...
Can you double-click actually on that in your kind of company, how you're doing this on a day-to-day basis?
Exactly, yeah. So for example, we are a company based in the Basque Country. We have been crazy about we have to manufacture here, and if we have to compete in price, we have to squeeze our minds on how to do our products more competitive. But going just to other countries that are low cost, it was not the lever to be competitive. And for example, when you talk to customers that are, for example, in India, that India is developing a lot, they will say you 50% of the content has to be manufactured in India, because they know that they have to develop the industries, they know that the public institutions and society is going to invest a lot of money, and that money has to remain in the country. So here in Europe, I think that we are lacking some determination into promoting cooperation between institutions, corporates, and startups to really transform the industry, and doing hardware here and localized. We see it as a key enabler for the future.
Oh, that's fantastic. So I think that's a very key point as well when we speak about new kind of technologies and Industry 4.0. We always think sustainability, and I believe also Marisol has a lot of expertise in that field, given her background also with like sustainable steel manufacturing and this industry. So would love to hear a bit more from you. How is this achievable at scale? And what are the challenges in terms of doing that?
Okay, I'm not going to talk right now. I also remember I'm not going to talk about energy, but it's going to be about hardware. I was working sometime in a rocket company here in Spain. It is the first rocket company that has launched a rocket to the space, and it was successful. And for them, it was really difficult. It was a startup in Elche.
PLD.
PLD.
Yeah, amazing guys.
And for them, it was really difficult to develop the supply chain, because it's like in a space, we don't have a lot of things here, so they have to build a rocket. And for example, I remember they need aluminum, a specific type of aluminum that I don't know how many suppliers they have to call, they have to visit. And then they need someone, I don't know the name in English, soldar, to melt the aluminum. They weren't be able to find one to do that. So they did by themselves. So it takes years to develop the supply chain. Now they are doing. But for me, what that is saying is, okay, it's not something that you said, okay, I'm going to forget China and then I'm going to do everything here. One day for the other. So it's something that is,
it takes time.
It takes time. It takes time, and I think it needs the collaboration of everyone, because I also know people that, okay, the price of energy in Spain is cheap in relation to other countries, but they are trying to put an industry, a manufacturing, but they cannot get the permits. 2 years waiting for the permits. And the permits in one community are different from the other one. And then they are going to one village, and the ayuntamiento, municipality is asking for one thing that is new. So I think for doing that, we need like to harmonize also the regulation about that, and grid connections and our question. So we can be speaking about that for for hours, I think.
But actually on that as well, like, because you're also an investor, so I'm curious to know how you think about potential investing in that space, and what you think is scalable and what's not. Like, what are kind of maybe low-hanging fruits as an investor, but also what's the right thing to do on the long run?
For me, it's like to de-risk the project. It's trying to put, I think it's one of the things that EIT is doing with some of the companies, like trying to put like all the stakeholders together. Okay, if you want to decarbonize steel, okay, HU green steel. They put all of the stakeholders together, like clients, car manufacturing. Okay, they are part of the cap table. Suppliers, the one that is selling the scrap, they are part of the supply chain, of the cap table. So
Yeah, I think maybe how you work in EIT is very interesting because, as Marisol said, you are gathering a lot of different stakeholders that are key to collaborate. So maybe it's interesting we discuss that.
Yeah,
Well,
definitely.
I can mention one example that is very close to here, and is the Navarra 360 project. We are going to extend it as well to the Basque Country, where we have put together, it cost us 1 year, but we have put together private and public institutions, banks, regional governments, to transform what we call it a landscape in regenerative agriculture that has a lot of risk. So that's why we ask Caja Rural de Navarra to join for the risking issues there. There are 3 very big multinational working together with the same goals on decarbonization during 3 years, 15,000 hectares, 120 farmers in different cooperatives working together to decarbonize and change the way of doing agriculture in quite a big area in 5 different types of cereals. So this is, for us, is a piloting, but more than piloting because it's quite a big piloting, but it's the first project in Europe, putting all these stakeholders together for the main issue of the risking, the decarbonization that can be produced by doing another way of doing agriculture. Of course, Industry 4.0, because digitalization is key to measure the 15 parameters that we have agreed. Other type of energy, like, for example, mention robotics. I'm very pleased, perhaps you know, Cetrak. Cetrak is a startup from Vizcaya. Is the first electric robot designed and produced in Spain. They are from here. They have been quite successful. They cannot be here. Carlos cannot be here because we have helped them. We have a program that is helping them doing demonstration in situ. So they are in Zaragoza in a 2,000 hectares area using the robot for cauliflowers and broccoli. So this is a very good example that, locally we can do even intelligent robot using all these kind of Industry 4.0 tools.
So I guess, like, from what we're all hearing here today from our 3 experts, that there are a couple of themes that keep coming up. Like, we're talking about sustainability whenever we talk about Industry 4.0. We're speaking about energy transition and how to make this kind of more mainstream. But it seems some of it is already scalable, given that 60% of EU energy is coming up, for instance, from biomass. And this leads me to kind of the next step in the thinking, which is all of these practices are still today more expensive and maybe less competitive than what the other practices are. And many are just maybe tagging a name and doing certain things to, excuse my English for lack of a better word, like whitewashing, let's say, their image to say that they are sustainable and doing all these kind of things. But I guess the real question remains, like, given how much these practices are important for our future and for our well-being as humanity in general, the question is, how costly are these, and who eventually should bear these costs? Who's covering for these costs that are maybe in some areas more expensive? And that's an open question for everyone. So whoever wants to jump first, please go ahead.
Yeah, maybe nobody of us has a crystal ball for the future, and you don't know which technologies are the winning ones, which will be not competitive at a scale. But somehow, if we look to the past, for example, solar PV, there was like a big trend in 2007. Wasn't very economic, but then when you gain a scale, it starts to be economic. And nowadays, the cost of producing energy with solar PV is the lowest one. It has other problems like you have not continuous power, but it's a very nice technology. And for example, I remember when last year I went to San Francisco, hearing Khosla Ventures founder, they were one of the first investors in OpenAI.
Vinod, yeah.
Yeah, and somehow in 2018, nobody wanted to put a penny on OpenAI because it was not obvious how OpenAI could change or make any kind of breakthrough. So also venture capital and startups is sometimes about risk-taking. And I think that sometimes here in Europe, something that has provoked us to be a laggards in these innovations is that big players, big corporates that need to innovate, sometimes they don't really are open to take risks. In the US, probably corporates are more kind of open into just proof and error, and finding the right solution. So I think that's kind of a learning that we can have from other countries that in the past have been more successful into big technology shifts.
Awesome.
No, okay. I think it's a wonderful question, not an easy one. I think maybe it's something that we can do all together again. It's like, for example, in green steel, the cost of the steel in a car is about between 100 and 300 euros. Maybe if we know that that is the cost for, let's say, green car, maybe we are able to pay that for that. Maybe we need also some awareness. Additionally to that, for me, it's also about, let's say, support from public institutions. Like maybe at some point it's like to change or to move the subsidies of the grants from the capex to the demand, because what I think is like, okay, it's going to be the market who is going to decide which technologies are going to work. And I think governments, I'm afraid sometimes they are not very good choosing that, like granted or subsidies in some capex, no? So maybe also can do that. Also for me, financial institutions, public financial institutions, they can give warranties, they can make not PPAs or long-term takers easier to have like a contract and to get finance from that. I think it's a question of a lot of ingredients.
What I will say is all of us, we are consumers, and we can be responsible consumers. We can think what we want to have as goods, as food, as clothing. And this is one thing. The other thing is that, the same as my colleagues, the living labs where you can experiment and demonstrate together all the stakeholders, in my case, farmers, startups, governments, banks, the goodness of a practice is the best way of demonstrating things. So any kind of public-private initiatives that are facilitating this demonstration and validation, for me, is the best way to money to prove things.
Yeah, that's great. So first, I would like to thank you all for your contributions. I don't know if you have any final thoughts, but also I think we have 2 more minutes for quick questions from the audience, if people have questions, so that we make sure we answer those. Questions? No takers? Okay.
Just in relation to who's going to pay for this, right? I think that's super important, and I love the reflection from Begoña that of course we have to be responsible consumers, and I guess you're singing to the choir here in terms of this type of audience. But I also think that they are like early adopters, and to get to mass market, it's got to be cheaper to be, let's be real. We wish consumers would behave like we want them to behave, but that's never necessarily the case in business. My question is, what's the role in technology in terms of creating that cost differentiator that might just kind of shift the balance in terms of making it economically viable?
Yeah, maybe, I mean, super good question and very difficult to answer. But for the first question, who's going to pay it? If we analyze, for example, the money flow, a very good example is electric vehicle chargers. Institutions, public institutions are investing billions. If we see how the money flows, goes probably to some kind of local charger manufacturers. But then if 60-70% goes overseas, that money is not generating any value on the society. So that 60% or whatever is kind of lost, and 40% is generating jobs, and the jobs are generating taxes, and you close the cycle. So that's why it's key that we develop technology locally and we promote industry. And then to the second question, sometimes it's not easy to select good technology, but history has demonstrated that with many technologies, scale is the key. So when we, for example, sometimes we have to compete with our products against some Chinese offering, we see the products, we are usually 10%, 50% more expensive, but we are producing 1,000, 2,000 units per year, and the other guys are producing 10,000 or 100,000 units per year. So if we had the same scale, we could compete with them. The problem is that we don't have the scale because the money flow is going to overseas. So I see probably not complete answer to your question, but that's how we see it. Yeah.
Awesome. Any final question? Oh, okay.
Okay.
We have some more.
Well, I can just do it like this.
Yeah.
Just for the video, I think we're recording our streaming or something.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Question to everyone on stage, actually. Have you had any experience or any memory of investors actually focusing on not just financial return on investment, but social value increase, environmental value increase, and any type of KPIs that they're actually using to measure if they're getting that type of return on investment?
Maybe I have some people that maybe, not myself, but I have some people that maybe I can put you in contact later. If you want, we can speak later about that.
Thank you.
To answer you very briefly, since I also deal a lot with investors, there are now more institutional investors who are asking about that, or university endowment investors who ask about that. Very rare to see, let's say, family offices who look after that. The thing is, they are trying to measure how much your portfolio of investment, so in this case, startups, are decarbonizing, these kind of typical standard measures of any corporation. They're trying to implement those into startups and investments. So that's the high-level answer, but of course, we can go deeper if you'd like later.
Thank you.
Sure.
Can I have my mic on here? Sorry. Hello? Just related to that, is Anton Arts in the room? Sorry to put you on the spot. This whole 2 days is about putting people on spots. And anyways, Anton is here from Set Ventures that are investing climate tech since about 2007. So I'm sure he'll have some interesting insight on that. And Connexo are here as well. I don't know if Javier's in the room. Connexo Ventures. Anyway, there's 40 investors hanging around, including Sammy. So it's surely a conversation we could take offline and dive a little bit deeper. Very last, very quick question, because I got to get back on stage. Was there one more?
Thank you so much. It's been a very interesting roundtable. And I would like to ask to all the panelists about their perspective on the sustainability European regulations.
Sustainability about European regulations?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Regarding the supply chain regulations, for example, on deforestation.
So you're asking about the regulatory framework for enforcing sustainability?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, in the agri-food is really strong. For example, in the soil mission, I don't know if you have heard about it, it's quite technical, but it's something that all the agriculture sector will have to be transformed to recover the quality of the soil. Sustainability is a basis for sustainability, for decarbonization, and for climate change, and that's it. This is the main thing. There are lots.
Yeah,
thousands.
It's kind of very complex topic. The way we see it, for example, in NX is that we want to know how our value chain is working. So if my supplier is 50 kilometers far away from my factory, I can go there and I can see that somehow how are they working, how are they employing their people, if they are respecting and how are they sourcing their energy, etc. So that's why, otherwise, if we would go to overseas, I cannot check how are they working, if they are respecting security and safety measurements, if there's children working. So what's the point on making this big shift, big effort as a society, and then not checking that the value chain is also working as we want to work in the future? So probably it's a very difficult question about regulation and framework, and probably Europe can make it a little bit easier, probably. But each of us, from our small standpoint, I think that we can make big contributions into figuring out how our suppliers are working and how the suppliers of the suppliers are working. So that's what we are focusing on.
Awesome. Good. Great. Thank you, everyone. Thanks for your insights and for sharing, and we'll be around to discuss more later.
Thank you. Excellent. Thanks, folks. Thanks, guys. Thanks for being with us. Thanks for opening the conversation, and you have an opportunity to deep dive with all these individuals over the next day and a half, because everybody's here to stay and here to get to work. So moving swiftly along, we're going from broad to narrow and zooming in and out on these different industries and zooming in and out on ecosystems and partnerships and how they can add value to your business. Because at the end of the day, this is why we're here. So please join me in welcoming to the stage for our next discussion, Ekain Laca, Project Manager at BEAS Vizcaya, Josepa Villate, CEO at Alturity Energy, and Maria Martinez Gomez, Project Manager at Atsol Tech. Welcome, folks. Thank you for being here. Yours truly is going to facilitate this conversation, so thank you so much for being with us. Again, don't get too comfortable. We have roaming microphones, so I will throw it out to the audience as well for Q&A a little bit at the end, so we can maximize the expertise that we have here on stage. Ekain, wonderful to be here.
Nice to meet you.
We're so happy to be back. Thank you for having us. And I just want to start with you. Please, for those that have traveled from outside of Vizcaya, from outside of Spain, can you give us a little deeper dive into what is BEAS and how you guys work?
Okay, good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. And of course, welcome to Vizcaya and to VAT Tower. I would say first that here in Vizcaya and in general, I would say the Basque Country, one of the reasons that we have here South Summit, which is focused on industry and energy, is because those are the main sectors, the strengths, or is the main strength of our region. I don't know if you know that, but if you know a little bit more about our region, but we are very strongly based on those industries. I would say industry, energy, but also mobility, also clean tech. I would also mention health tech in the last decades also. And the reason of that is because we have like a very strong network of small and medium-sized companies all across the value chain of all these sectors. So I think this has set up like a very unique ecosystem, I would say, in the Southern Europe, and if you compare with the rest of Spain. And I would say that this also an ecosystem that has understood that the world is changing and and needs to evolve. So in the last decades has been a huge effort on innovation, on internationalization, on digitalization. And the public sector, and BEAS, is behind the industry. We are a public sector agency, but we are, despite of that, I would say we are a really supportive public administration here in Vizcaya, and I would say in the Basque Country. We are every day meeting with companies from our region. So we know about their problems, we know about their daily issues, so we try to adapt our action in order to support them, to address those problems and to help them to grow, to create new projects, to expand. It's our focus.
Excellent, thank you for that. It's interesting to see how closely you guys work at the grassroots, really, to be able to get the pulse and understand what's going on locally in the market, and I guess how they can respond and compete then internationally. So well done. We love working with you guys and hope and continue to do so. Joseba, as an entrepreneur working in the region, from the region, tell us a little bit about yourself first and give us an intro to your own background and your company and what you guys are doing here.
Okay. So thank you very much for the opportunity of being here. I'm Joseba Villate, I'm the CEO of Alterity, and we design and manufacture lithium-ion batteries for different sectors. We tailor diverse solutions for light mobility industry, for robotics, logistics, and renewable energy. And we are based here in Vizcaya, like 10 kilometers from Bilbao in Zamudio. We have our facilities there, and we have an in-house engineering department, an R&D department, who allows us to deliver these cutting-edge solutions for our clients. And more or less, in a nutshell, this is what Alterity is.
Excellent, thank you, Joseba. Maria, welcome. How are you doing? Please tell us a little bit about yourself, your background, and your company. What has brought you to this region?
Okay, well, our company grew up in Malaga, in the south of Spain, and now it's located here because we were focusing searching a place where we could grow, and we were supported, and we had a great background. And here it is the best place we found. And our company tries to regenerate water, wastewater reusing and treatment of it. And yeah, we try to make water a sustainable thing, and that's the main point. It's like regenerating and reusing water.
Excellent, amazing, and enormous opportunity there and a gigantic international need. So great to see that developing out of Spain. And we'll come back to the dynamism that you have from north and south, which is interesting to look at. Joseba, just to double click into your business and how you operate here within the ecosystem. Previously, we were discussing about the importance of proximity within the supply chain. Can you allude to that a little bit in terms of, are you guys manufacturing here, designing here, or your R&D based here? What's based here versus what's coming in from outside, and how has that, those relationships and those partnerships benefited your business?
Yeah, that's a very good point. We manufacture here, but of course we have different components coming from different places overseas, but also local. We try to collaborate with several corporates. Our main suppliers are located here in the Basque Country, and that's the way we try to make this supply chain more sustainable. So we cooperate with corporates, we cooperate also with technology centers. As we are a technology-based company, we also have R&D projects, so we try to collaborate with these universities and R&D research centers that we have around us here in the Basque Country and in Vizcaya.
When you were launching and setting up the company, was there any resistance or fear or doubt about elements, be it technology, suppliers, access to talent, access to international markets, that maybe you had a doubt about operating from here? Or did you ever think, let's see how far we can get, or maybe we'll have to relocate, or maybe we need silo offices elsewhere? Were there any doubts that you had in the earlier days?
Not really. We were pretty sure that we wanted to be here. In fact, I'm from Bilbao, so that's the main reason. But we also have an office in Barcelona. It's a small office there. Our headquarters are located here. And And we didn't have any fear regarding, for example, the talent, because as I mentioned, there are several universities here that we can collaborate with. And the access to the international market, we have a port, we have the airport, we have infrastructure, so it's well communicate Vizcaya with the rest of the world. So that's been very easy for us.
Okay, so I suppose being from here, you fluidly and naturally were able to network the ecosystem and know how it operates, but it's wonderful to see that, you know, you haven't hit any barriers there, you know what I mean? That has forced you to rethink that, and that's impressive. I think that's a really obvious example of the ecosystem working for you, so that's awesome to see. And Maria, your story is different, no? Because you guys have come from outside. Can you come back and give us a bit more detail about when the company was founded, how it was founded, who were the founders, what are the technology, and what's this relationship between Bilbao and Malaga?
Yeah, well, the project was born in 2020, but we founded it 5 months ago, and it has constantly been developing and been changing with some different points of view. And we grew up in Malaga, where we found a great base for entrepreneurship, but when we were developing our solutions and trying to expand and trying to grow, really, we found us like we couldn't grow as much as we wanted. And then we came here because we were supported by Dominion Global's BQO program. It's an entrepreneurship program. And there we found this support, the background we needed here was better than before, and we've decided to found the company here. And yeah, that's it. We've found so many help here. And
excellent.
It's drive us to found it here.
That's awesome. No, well done for that. And it's great to see that as an outsider coming in, that you have been supported and enabled to kind of make those connections that can ultimately lead to the success of your business. So that's amazing. And just to clarify, do you have anybody in Malaga? Did the team split? Do you have the team located in other locations as well?
No, we're here right now.
You're all here. Okay, so it's kind of uprooted and put in here. Mm-hmm. That's interesting.
Well, we are prototyping. We've prototyped right now, and we're proving it in a company in the south of Spain, but the whole team is here right now.
Excellent. And do you mentioned a prototype company in the south of Spain, but do you have prototype companies here or test customers?
Right now, we're at the prototyping phase, so that's the main point is to prove the technology and continue developing.
Excellent, excellent. Thanks for that. Good to hear about the evolution there and the opportunities for success. Ekain, in BEAS, so how you described it, and this is our experience from working directly with you guys, is being able to be at the grassroots to identify those issues. What's the reality of that mean in your day-to-day? How do you stay close? Because unfortunately, public institutions have a reputation of not being close to the actual reality of what's happening on the ground or really understanding what's happening within industry. That can be somewhat removed, or in a simultaneous reality to what's going on in industry. So how do you guys create that proximity with the local entrepreneurial ecosystem here?
Well, I think that the difference is, I would say, the public administration itself, that in general, we are focused on supporting the business. We crossed, I would say, 40 years ago, like a huge economic crisis here in the country. And I think that changed our mindset, I would say, from the whole country, also of the public administration and also of the companies and the industries. So everyone understood that something needed to change. And from the public administration, I think that this effort means that, of course, we set up a lot of programs to support the economy, the companies, the industries, the entrepreneurs. So all those programs have given us the chance to meet entrepreneurs, leaders, on an everyday basis, on these programs, on these services, on these support grants that we facilitate them in order to help them to set up new projects, internationalized, digitalized. So all this support give us the chance to stay with them on a one-to-one and everyday basis. We are a small ecosystem. We are not like very spectacular on the general numbers, I would say. But as a small ecosystem, we are a very dense, very diverse and rich ecosystem, I think. On the full supply chain, I would say, we have here the universities, technology centers, companies, startups. And as a public administration, we have the resources and the ecosystem, the size of the ecosystem give us the chance to be close to it, to understand their needs. So that was his point.
I guess part of what you mentioned there is kind of being receptive, being open to, understanding what's going on, or maybe even open to criticism, or being willing to see the gaps, I guess, I think is critical in ecosystem development, to be able to then respond to those gaps. And I wonder, sometimes it can be hard from the outside to see the benefits that you have, and it seems that operating from a smaller ecosystem is maybe, it's just more agile perhaps. And my question is, do you find that the public institutions and local government is responsive to the needs of entrepreneurship? And just an example, as South Summit, as a platform, we love to work with all the institutions. We see that as a critical role, and we've been extremely active in participating in definition and promoting and really calling for the entrepreneurship law. No, there's been recently passed at a national level. But we were 10 years having that conversation, which kind of changed over time in priority and intensity, and finally got through, and it was wonderful to see that it's a very collaborative law that was passed at a national level. Do you find locally, when you come with issues and you identify a gap, that the local, public and regional government are responsive to this? Is entrepreneurship something that is a priority or of interest? Is that your experience here? How do you find that?
For us, entrepreneurship is a huge priority, but not in the last 10 years. I would say in the last 40, 50 years has been a huge priority for us. Maybe that's also our difference as a public administration. We have been for a long time. No? That doesn't mean that we need things to get improved. Of course, we need, as a public administration, to set up new services, to adapt to the new realities, to the needs of the ecosystem. But we are aware of that. I think that's the important thing, and we are willing to adapt, to grow with the ecosystem. So that's our focus.
Yeah, I'm sure that is a core advantage that maybe you guys don't see as obvious as we do from coming on the outside, that if it's in your core belief system that entrepreneurial ecosystem and innovation is critical to your economic development, then everything moves quicker, I guess. You don't have to convince anybody. So I think that's a huge advantage that you guys have right here, which makes it easier to do business for anybody, and particularly the entrepreneurs. They have somebody that is genuinely listening and responding to them, I guess. And Joseba, just to double click into that density of ecosystem that Joaquin has mentioned and that we're kind of experiencing here. Can you give me an example of how you've found that proximity either to your customer or your supplier or your research center or your access to talent and education, the institutions? Can you give me one example about the proximity to that ecosystem has helped you accelerate the development of your business, whether it be the research or the business development? And in a world where everything's digital and remote work and international markets, where has that actual physical proximity helped you in your business?
Okay, before giving you this example, I just want to say that what Joaquin was saying now, that BEAS and the provincial government is very supportive. This close relationship is key for us. So you can see we have startup prototyping. We are scaling up now in Alterity, and throughout these 6 years that we have been working here in Vizcaya, we have felt this support from them. It's very close, and it's very useful for our business. And for one example, for what you said, for example, we are a technology company, and we have people coming from the university, and we have programs where we can have people studying in the university from mechanics, electronics, which are key technologies for us. And we have several students that started with their project thesis before finishing their studies. And nowadays they are working in Alterity for the last 3 years. And it's a very good example of how these close relationships can help the companies grow.
Excellent, cool. Thanks for sharing that. And Maria, it's a different example, right? It's a younger stage of development of the company, very exciting all the same. And you've taken a different approach in that you've relocated, right? So can you tell me the makeup of your team, challenges and opportunities in that relocation, I guess, even between the founders? Was it a possibility that some would stay, some would go? Did you decide as a team that you all had to be together here? And how has it been landing in a new city, both, I suppose, professionally and personally, right? Because it has to work, right? It has to work for the founders and the executive team. How has that process been for you guys?
Well, for now, we try to stay together, because we think that it improves the development of the company and the startup. And of course, we've been so welcome here. Everyone has treated us like we're at home, and it hasn't been like a huge change, except of the climate. But the other things have been like being at home.
That's amazing. Malaga to Bilbao is a big shift. I did the opposite from Ireland to Madrid, so that was slightly easier, I think, in terms of climate. But I can speak from experience that it's the character. And I think, again, it's underrated, because when you live it yourself, it's hard to see it as a competitive advantage. But the character of the community in Bilbao and even more broadly in Spain is very, very welcoming to an international audience. And it's very receptive to people coming in from the outside. And that is a massive competitive advantage too, versus many, many economies and ecosystems across Europe and other places. And it's critical, because if a team is not happy and cannot integrate, it certainly won't survive, let alone thrive, in a new city or a new space. So I think that is a huge competitive advantage that you guys have here. Folks, I just want to open up to questions at this point. Can I get a show of hands in the room, people here that are from outside of Biscaya? Excellent. Okay, so here we have a total range of experiences on stage. I'd love to open it up. Any questions, queries, doubts about the ecosystem here locally, access to talent, access to innovation, access to some of the supports that people like BEAS can offer. Now's your opportunity to participate in the conversation if you want to join us. We have a microphone. Anybody want to dive into the conversation? Excellent. Question here, please.
Hi, a question probably mainly to Maria, but also for you.
Sorry, please introduce yourself as well,
yes,
please.
Sorry. I'm Alonso Romero. I'm the founder of The Predictive Company. The Predictive Company is a Barcelona-based startup where we use artificial intelligence for energy efficiency in non-residential buildings. So my question was mainly on the financial point of view. So what type of helps did you get in order for you to convince you to come in here? Was it only because of the ecosystem, or there was also a financial part that motivates you?
The program for what we came here included a financial part of it founded the team to be here, progressing on their work, and that was the main point for what we came here, because it made us be fully using all of our time in improving things of the startup, and it was one of the key points.
Okay, thank you. And in your case, it was a bit different, not because you were already in the region, or?
Yeah, but I mean, being located in Vizcaya, you can access the funds from the EU, from the Spanish government, from the Basque government also, but you also have like these local grants coming from Diputación Foral de Vizcaya, and the tax incentives and so on, so it's like a perfect place.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
It's true.
Any other questions, queries? Here, front row.
Hi, good afternoon.
Please introduce yourself.
Yes, my name is Jose, and I am part of the Provincial Council of Biscay. Thank you. So just, I think that as we have here several startups, it would be interesting to understand a little bit better something that Ekain mentioned before. So this question is mostly addressed to Ekain, about the rest of stakeholders that we have here in our ecosystem in terms of innovation, as for example, the technology and research centers. Can you please, Ekain, explain, you can use an example if you want, of how can these stakeholders support the startups in developing their solutions, going to market, technology transfer? Thank you.
Thank you, Jose. Very good question. I would explain that with an example. We have some, I hadn't explained before, but we support our ecosystem here, but we also are eager to bring companies from outside our country to Softland here in our region in Biscay, and through our region to Spain or to Europe. So in this service that we provide, we usually get contact with international startups, trying to find connections and thinking on establishing something in Europe. And some of them, they have already started the development of a product, but in their original countries, they don't have the technological capabilities sometimes to develop these products or services up to the tier 7, 8 in order to reach to the market. So sometimes, or usually I would say, we use or we explain them the capabilities that we already have here. We have a huge network of technology centers in almost every technologies in order to support them. And these technology centers, what they do is develop further the product or help the startups to develop further the technology, and also help them until the industrialization of the product. I mean, they bridge the gap between the technology and the industrialization. They even are able to find the specific company that can start with the industrialization, mainly in our region. So I think that's the main capability, no? As I said before, we have like the whole, for many of the sectors, the whole supply chain here, so it's easy to find technology centers, manufacturing company that can support us, maybe a research center, a research group in the university that is doing something on those technologies. So I think that's one of our main assets.
Question here, please.
Hello, good morning. Thank you very much. I'm Miguel Matias from Naked Energy. And that was maybe for Ekain, so even in the connection of industry and energy, one thing that we are looking for, as Christophe was saying, is decarbonization of industry. And so I'm interested in what kind of industrial sectors are stronger in Biscay, and what kind of support that companies have to decarbonize their heat.
Okay, actually, which are the main sectors? I have already more or less explained. Well, we were speaking about energy, mobility, and automotive sector. Very strong tier 2, tier 1 companies. I would say network of companies here in Vizcaya, and I would say in the Basque Country. Many of them suppliers of BMW, of Renault, of the main OEMs. So I would say automotive sector, energy sector, advanced manufacturing in every multi-sector, I would say. Also, I would mention biotech, different technologies, clean tech. I think it's a huge variety. And regarding decarbonation, actually we have a new set of grants set up to support the decarbonization of our industries. So we have our own grants, and I think there are also usually they are compatible with other grants that are available in Spain or in the European Union.
And just to reiterate, this afternoon, if you're not already signed up, don't miss our tours this evening, because we're actually going to the Automotive Intelligence Space. Sorry, Ander, what's it called? Intelligence Centre, sorry, and also to the port as well. So we get some real-world examples. We're actually going to visit and be there and physically get to see and experience what's going on in terms of specialization and cluster creation here locally. Folks, that's all we have time for. I'd love to go a little bit deeper and dive in, but that's what the building sessions are for, which is starting to kick off now right after the session. But thank you so much for joining us and sharing your varied experience in terms of what it's like working in this ecosystem. And I guess density, I think, is key, which is quite famed out of Silicon Valley and other super famous hubs. It's the density of the ecosystem that really is what creates its enrichment. And there's certainly a lot of examples of that happening here in the Biscay region. So thank you so much for sharing. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Cheers, folks. Folks, so we are on to the next element of our program, which is the building session. So grab your coffee and get to your room, because we're going to put everybody to work. So you know, if you have signed up for the ecosystem session, it's here in this space. Energy session is taking place in the room 1, industry in room 2, and with me in mobility for room 3. Thank you so much, folks.
Ahí estamos. Welcome, everyone, to our ecosystem building session. So we have other building sessions that are happening on mobility, on industry, on energy transition. What we're going to talk about here is a bit of how we collaborate. Oh, Benji made it. That's Benji? No. Yes, that's Benji. We're waiting for Benji. Benji's here. Everyone that's sitting in the back, I would recommend you come forward a bit, because we're going to have some activities here, some interactive things. It's going to be much better if you guys have someone to turn around to. So I recommend just take a little step anywhere you want. You can choose anywhere you want. So to get started, this is our ecosystem building session. We're going to be talking about collaborating, about corporate innovation, about how different industries collaborate together. I'd like to welcome Salva Ferri Guayar, co-founder and managing partner at WeTangible Innovation, and Azara Azi Veracobos, head of scouting and programs at Startup Wise Guys. Please join us on stage. They're going to be presenting. They're going to be leading this exercise. I'm just here to help. And, well, Benji, as soon as he finishes, we have Benji Lorente Alonso, founder of WeTangible as well.
Exactly.
So I leave it with you guys to take over the stage.
I'll leave it to Salva and Benji first, and then I'll come back.
Perfect. Thank you very much for your introduction, Chris. Okay, guys, we are going to discuss about why innovation ideas fail. Why is this so hard to make them happen, to make them real, right? So each one of us, we already know all of these cases. Once in a time, these companies, they were market leaders in their different respective sectors, and they wouldn't be able either to foresee the future, to adapt to the customer needs, or to use the trends in order for them to innovate, right? So what happened to them? Now, either they are closed, or even worse, they were late, so they became irrelevant to the market, right? So, will be yours? This is the first question I'm putting to you guys. Will be yours, the next one? Okay, it's difficult. Maybe you come for the government, so this is like eternal thing. But as we see in the Eurostat data, we are setting records and registrations decrease, bankruptcies grow, and the same happened last year, according to the U.S. Fortune article, right? So it's we are getting more and more accustomed to this kind of situation. Here in Spain, we have one of the leaders in corporate strategy and innovation called Jaume Llopis, and he says, okay, why companies, why corporates fail while innovating, right? So, okay, summing up the article is due to their inability to escape from the past, from past success, and inability to adapt to the future, or to see the future and adapt to the trends, and keeping on providing value to their customers, right? So, successful companies are ahead of competition. Companies fail because they are not capable to see their future of the future of their business. So this is the second question I put. I'm asking you. I'm throwing different questions to you guys. How to escape from the past in your corporates, in your companies. How to see the future of your business. We already know this is the solution, right? This is open innovation. So, okay, Benji, you already know it. I knew it myself too. But if we dig a little bit deeper on data, we come through a Boston Consulting Group. They recently proceed like a survey and a project of why. What comes with innovating companies, what comes with the DNA of innovating companies, and they say, okay, most innovative companies, they bring 3% to their market, to their shareholders per year. And what's in this kind of companies? Okay, they make innovation a priority, know something ahead, like most companies do here, for example, in Spain, that only 17% of the CIO profiles report directly to their CEOs. So this is something dramatic, but they make innovation a priority. They commit investment and talent to their innovation projects, and they are ready to transform this innovation into results. Through open innovation, they get access, or they can get the talent that they don't have in their companies, right? This is what we know about open innovation. And you say, okay, Salva, perfect. What do you tell us? We already know. You are talking about Tesla. You are talking about Apple here in Spain. Here in Europe, we don't have Tesla. We don't have Apple. What happens here? Okay, here we have Fundación Creciendo. It's an association of 135, 140 companies that they have a DNA, an innovator DNA. And what's in these kind of companies? They are growing 3 times the average companies here in Spain. They are in the middle market positioning. I mean, between 50 and 500 million euros turnover per year. And they export 60% of their activities. So our friends of PricewaterhouseCoopers, they perform also a project of, okay, what's inherent to this kind of companies? Why they innovate? Why they grow 3 times the average size of the Spanish companies? And the results were the same, because they put the innovation at the center of their core strategy. They develop an innovative spirit, an entrepreneurship spirit of their employees. They are tolerant to fail. They promote perseverance in their organization. So it's not that different, right? What we see between one and the other side. And okay, so innovate, yes, it's important. Okay, this is something that we have to bear in mind, and this is something that we should commit people, resources, and the importance, and be ready to transform it into results. But how? Do we need radical innovations, really? We have to think always into how to launch rockets into the space, as our friend Elon. We have 2 teenagers. I don't know if you know New Project. 2 teenagers set up a company 4 years ago. They are making 26 million euros per year with more than 500 references in the market. 26 palos. This is where in Spain. 26 palos per year. 1 year back, Benji and myself, we visited one of the CEOs of Denim Corporate in Spain, and he told us, this has always been like this. This was the message, right? This company has more than 100 years, family company, more than 100 years. We still survive. We still going good. And they are right now looking for buyers. And you know who is going to buy them? Those peppers, those teenagers. What happens with Freshly Cosmetics? Freshly Cosmetics, they less than 10 years. They set up their company in 2015. Right now, they have more than 1.6 million customers. They are making 46 million euros per year. So it's amazing. And what do? Cosmetics. So we have Singularo, which is trendy jewels for teenagers. Also, they are making 25 million euros. They started just only online. Right now, they are moving from online to physical stores, and more than 370K Insta followers. And we have Morrison. Morrison, they make shoes. And when we think about where not to enter, it's in a market of shoes, because we have Nike, we have Reebok, we have Vans, we have... Is still any space for companies making shoes? Dude, they are making 7 million euros and more than 350K pairs sold last year. So it's amazing, right? Do we need radical innovations, Benji?
It works? Yes. So do you think we needed radical innovations after having a look to that? I think no, right? So what are New Project or Freshly stating to their customers, to their users? They are saying, well, we are artists and we produce for artists, and these are our friends. Now, Freshly, for example, they say we put the science for the world we love. We protect the world. We are sustainable. What about Singularium? What is the message of Singularium? They say we are full of people fighting for the future again to recycling silver and things like that. No? And Morrisons. What about Morrisons? Follow your tower. You have 1 million possibilities in terms of products, of course. So what are they doing in reality? They are connecting to the audience. They are not creating huge innovations, radical innovations. They are trying to give value to you, right? Because remember that we don't buy products, we buy solutions. If I can find a better solution, I will buy it, right? So if you don't want fashion as an example, maybe we can think on Citybox, no? What is the message they are telling to you? I don't care if you are or not at home, I will deliver your package, right? So they are giving value, right? So what do you think? The innovations you are having in mind are creating value to your customers? Do you think they are connecting to your customers? Or maybe you are not connecting as you should? So if startups can do it, why you can't? And then you will tell us, well, really, startups, guy? It's only 9 out of 10 that don't do it, and then just 1 out of 10 who does it. But they do it. So why one company cannot do it? What's the question? So I will invite you to think, not to do now, right? But I will invite you to think why you will die in a near future if you don't do anything. So you should start thinking on the right challenge you should follow, as the startups do, by the way. So could be a startup that will enter your market with a new business model, and then, yeah, sorry for you. Or could be new trends, new technology trends that we are applying into our new businesses, and you don't do it, that make your business a little bit vintage, in case. Or what about new entrants, like these EV vehicles, cheaper and with the same quality, for example? What happens to our industry in Germany? Or maybe you are not listening enough to what is going on around us, or what is Gen Z thinking or doing. Maybe you are not thinking on that because you will sell to them in the future. So don't worry. I mean, we can put it negative. So this is why our slides are always black, but we can put it positive. So you just think and look and investigate what's going on around. You have plenty of opportunities with retired people that is spending a lot of money today, or you have lots of opportunities in the last mileage and social media, social commerce, as it is called. You have millions or trillions of possibilities in wellness markets. So there's a lot of possibilities out there. You just need to listen and look for them. So you might think, yes, that's interesting speech, Benjamin. You should talk about nice slides, nice startups, but we don't know how to do it. So other companies have done it. Look at them. And we have nice middle market companies here in Spain that can demonstrate that this is possible. You all probably know Fermax. They have transformed their business from just small telephones to connected video, so you can open your door wherever you are. Doesn't matter where you are, if here or in Hong Kong. Or you might think about Simon, from simple mechanisms that you use to connect your devices. Not anymore. You can do whatever you want with your mechanism. You can connect it from abroad. You can do anything you want. Or what about Istobal? Istobal is creating machines to wash cars, where you have to stand out of your car, put your coin, then going into your car again. So this is past. You just do it from your phone, and all installations are connected. Or we can think on FreePic, no? Imagine these guys when they had just images from stock, and then artificial intelligence came in, they said, shit, what can we do now with our company? And if you have heard the podcast, I think it's a lovely podcast, you will hear the founder saying, hey friend, what shall I do with my company? And the friend saying, you should close. But he didn't. He just simply looked to his value, to his core, what I am, why I was here, why people started to buy my stuff. And this is the question, why you should structuring your process innovation and thinking on the right challenges you should tackle.
So the thing is, guys, we don't have much time because I have our colleague Azahara, and she will continue about how startups how they innovate with startups. But the thing is that we need to structure the process of innovation. Okay, guys. So, and for this, we need to take to bear in mind 3 main areas. First one is DNA. What's my true core? Why? How I am bringing value to my customers. Second one, customers. What's their real need? Not the need that I think they have because we have been providing them value for the last 50 years, 10 years, 5 years. No, what's the real need today and in the future? And the trends. What's happening over there? What's happening around the globe? In order for us to be able to match according to, like I said before, to a structured process, how we can develop products, services, experiences according to these 3 circles, right? Maybe we need to go back to the roots. Why? What are we doing? As FreePic, for example, they got back to the roots and say, what are we doing? Why we created FreePic? To make people create images simple way, okay? Different phases. First one, we need to identify different challenges that we will have an impact in my business. Then we should define potential. take the hypo ones, and then go for the market pre-validation, gather as much information as possible in order for us to decide either we go or we go ahead and we invest, we commit to this innovation project, or we don't do it. Okay? And according to the MIT, we have different actors in the innovative ecosystem. According to our challenge that we want to solve, there will be different actors that will help us accelerate in our process. Okay, maybe, I think we'll explain later on what happens, how we can connect with startups. With startups, we have venture capital, we have government, we have university or technological techno centers. Or,
1 second, Salva, it's 50 euros per picture. We will go around later on, right?
Exactly. So this is how we should go in order for us to perform with products and innovate with them. And the thing is that we should create this kind of products desirable. I mean, do people want my stuff? Feasible, can we really do them or no? And findable, viable. Are we going to earn money on it or no? So these are the main questions we should put to ourselves in order for us to create new products or services to the people and then go for the incremental development.
Or even if you want to enhance your own products. Maybe you think, well, I have to do open innovation, but I don't want to. I just want to do competitive innovation. That's the questions you have to put yourself always. Is there anyone who desires your product? Can I do it? And will I make money with it? So 3 good questions you put always in your heads before doing anything.
Exactly. Thank you, Benji. Okay, more than 20 years of experience in developing new innovative products and services to the market. Now I leave you with our company, with our colleague Asi, talking to.
Hello, hello. Does this work? Yeah, cool. Awesome. Well, thank you very much, Salva and Benji. And if you're wondering what's happening, why are these people like shuffling around, it's because Salva and Benji are actually like setting up the conversation about what we're talking about innovation and how innovation looks like. And I work at Startup Wise Guys, so that's and I will introduce it now, but just for you to know, it's an accelerator, a startup accelerator that has investment funds, and we invest in B2B startups. So how do we do this? How do we actually match startups with corporates? First, let's talk a little bit about some ouch stuff, not very nice stats to talk about, is how in Spain innovation is so-so. We're actually number 16 out of 27 countries in Europe, which means we're not doing that great in terms of innovation, but it's even worse when we look at our economics potential. We should actually be even higher because there are at least 3 countries that are above Spain with lower economic potential than ourselves. So there's definitely room for improvement there. Now, not everything is negative. We're doing an amazing job in some cities here in Spain. And as you know, Valencia, which is also the city from Salva, is a place where they've been doing this really well. So they've been nurturing startups. They have now a huge ecosystem. They have 17 startup accelerators there. They have more than 1,000 startups in that city. So obviously it's working and the investment is obviously coming in as well. But Bilbao is also an amazing ecosystem. And I am myself from Malaga, so you can imagine, I wish I could put Malaga here. And it will be here, but I think those 2 cities are doing already an amazing job in Spain at, nurturing this ecosystem and actually making innovation flow in their cities. So, what are we doing? Who are we in Startup Wise Guys? We are, as I said, a startup accelerator. We invest in B2B startups from all over the world. We actually won last year the best startup accelerator in the world. So that's our CEO, Cristobal, taking up the prize. And then some of our key numbers so that you can imagine how many of you actually knew about Startup Wise Guys. That's okay. We started in Estonia, so 12 years ago. We started because we had part of the initial founding team was from Skype, and of course, they made some nice money, and they decided, hey, we should, invest back in our country. So they started investing in startups in their local country, and then they realized we could do more. We could actually help them and actually mentor them to grow, and that's when startup accelerators in the world started to happen. So we had Y Combinator, Techstars, and they said, well, we should do that here in the Baltics as well. So they started in Estonia, and then they slowly started conquering other countries around Estonia. And we are now present in more than 10 countries, so obviously we're growing. But where we are very famous is in the Baltics. So we've already run more than 50 programs. We have a community of more than 1,000 founders. We have invested in more than 454 startups, to be very exact. We have an amazing portfolio survival rate that I'm very proud of, 75%. If you guys know a little bit about how much startups fail, that's pretty much amazing survival rate. We just closed last week our number 20 exit, and we have, and I'm super proud as well about our follow-on rate. That means that nearly 47% of our startups actually get a follow-on investment as well. And in Spain, we're slowly growing, so we're not yet that famous, but we are slowly growing. Last year, El Referente said that we were one of the most active investors in Spain, and in our portfolio, we actually have now, because we just closed, number 19 investment. So what else do we do? Of course, it's all about how can we nurture startups and how can we help them grow. We partner with a lot of amazing people. So we partner with Accenture, Amazon, HubSpot, IBM, and Stripe. I mean, lots of collaborations that actually make them improve their day-to-day job. And then why we're here, it's actually, well, what about corporates? So what we do is we realized working with startups, you know, these guys know everything about innovation. What if we actually make them work with corporates? So there's 3 things that I think we are very good at. First one is startup scouting. So what does that mean in terms of corporates? Is we look at startups that can match the needs that a corporate has. So if you have a very specific challenge that you don't know how to tackle, we are very good at finding startups that can help you tackle that specific challenge. We are also really good connecting dots internationally. Why? Because we started local. So we started in a small country like Estonia, but then because we started growing internationally, all our local ecosystems that we have been helping building have always stayed connected to our international network, which basically means that we are very good at connecting overlooked markets, for example, with a big player from the US, for instance. And then the third one is that we are very passionate about driving innovation and driving innovative thinking. So we do a lot of workshops with corporates as well, showing them how startups work and how they innovate in their day-to-day. So those are the 3 main things that we do. Other things that we do with corporates as well, we do internal hackathons, so meaning, of course, all of you have heard about this, intrapreneurship, that's a very hard word to say. And then we basically do those hackathons in those companies to help them innovate inside. We also do these tailored workshops to, as I was saying before, to this innovative thinking, but also really practical solutions. So it's not just about talking, it's actually about getting things done. And the third one is the other way around. We also help startups to think like corporates, because of course it's very different to work in a corporate environment than working in corporate. So we help them speak the language of corporate and the other way around. So we are kind of a facilitator in between as well. And then the last one is because some corporates as well, they tell us, hey, I need a startup to not only help me with this challenge, I want to invest in a startup that actually I can, bring in my corporate. And that we also do. We do demo days, specialized demo days, and we also do just, larger demo days than any other corporate can join. So I'm flying because I want to get to the last part, which is the workshop part that we're going to get to do together. So before we get to work together, does anyone recognize this picture? If anyone recognizes this picture, I'm going to be like blown away. Does anyone know this forest? It's fine. I didn't know either. That's the forest from a forest in Latvia. Now, why am I showing you this? Because in Latvia, 1.6 million hectares are actually it's forest land, and that's 25% of the area. Now, if you think, comparing that to Spain, it's not that much. Like in Spain, we have 18 million hectares, with 36% of the total land. But then when you look at how much impact that in the economy has, it's ridiculous. Like in Latvia, it's 7% of the GDP, and it accounts for 20% of the exports, where here in Spain is like nothing. It's 0.5%, it's 2% of the exports. So what this actually means is that that forestry industry in Latvia is as big as tourism here in Spain. So it's huge. So I'm telling you this because otherwise you're going to be like, what is she doing there in Latvia? So we talked to Latvian State Forest, which is like the tourism council here in Spain, would be the equivalent. And then basically what we did is, hey, you guys are working in this industry that is super traditional. How can we help? Can we do anything innovative to help you, boost this? And they said, yes, we actually need a lot of help. Thank you very much. So we decided to launch a program called Silvatech. Silvatech was a 8-month accelerator program, and it was specifically tailored to their needs. So what we did is, okay, we're going to bring startups to actually help you solve this challenge, but let's be very realistic. What can we do in 8 months? So we said, okay, we're going to get at least 10 teams to present solutions to the company's board that are actually tackling a specific challenge from your industry. What we did in the end, we had more than 30 teams that presented solutions to the board. At the end of the 8th month, we had 10 teams graduating. Now, the teams were not just startups. Startups were partnering with someone from the corporate, and basically bringing a solution together. So working together on an actual solution that could, solve the challenge that they had. And then at the end of it, yes, it's great. You have 10 teams, and amazing at demo day presenting their solution, and everyone claps. Amazing job. But actually, after that, after the event was done, 5 out of those 10 teams that presented actually managed to close a collaboration with a corporate. So, and I was talking about this with Salva before. Right now, to this day, this Latvian forestry, they say that this program actually helped them improve their innovation that they were so lagging behind for more than 10 years. So it's something that innovative thinking actually went through, and it's not just because the startups that presented and the teams that they were working together. It's because a lot of employees, more than 100 employees from the sector actually participated either as mentors, they were, of course, decision makers, as team members working together with startups. So it was a very collaborative way of working. And I don't want to be very much into detail, but here you can see we started with some idea hacks, so hey, let's just share some challenges that you guys have, and then let's come up with some ideas. So obviously, we were doing ideation workshops to get that done. Then we moved them to, okay, now we're going to do an actual hackathon. We're going to build this idea into an actual project or an actual startup. After that, we said, okay, great, you've got this idea, and startups and corporates were working together to get to that idea. Sounds good, but let's actually try to make this an actual project that can work. And that's where our pre-acceleration program comes in. Pre-acceleration is because it means that they weren't making money at the time. So obviously, it was just pre-accelerating phase. And then, okay, great, now you've managed to go through this program. Now we have something that actually can go in the market. Now let's go and find product market fit. And that's what we did with the Growth Accelerator. That's why we started with more than 30 teams, but of course, by the end of it, we had 10 final teams that actually presented at the very end. Okay, so then, of course, our role was to do everything from the tailored acceleration program. We did the scouting. We were supporting, of course, the teams. We were doing, obviously, the full program, the project management, communication, branding, everything. And why this is important, I think basically what I was mentioning before is first that innovative culture shift. So they started thinking differently, not just during those 8 months, but till this day they still do it. And this project was done 2 years ago. So it's obviously, 4 years ago, during COVID, because they had to do, half of it was on site and half of it was online, so it was even harder. And then it was amazing how that culture shift still this day is still working through. And then, of course, all the collaboration with startups, they got used to work with startups as well, so now they are used to get that done. Okay, boom. Salva, Benji, please join me. Okay, all you do.
We have 8 people, so we have prepared a workshop for you guys.
Yeah.
Who would like to participate?
Let's start with that. Who wants to participate
Everyone.
in the
Let's get everyone on board.
Let's build
let's do it,
into small groups, and we put them in circles.
Yeah. Should we do 2 groups, Salva, or 1? What do you think?
I think 2 groups for
groups is
people.
fine.
I think it's fine.
Yep. 2 groups.
So here's one group.
Okay.
And do you guys want to come over this way?
Yep.
And we have another group here.
Cool. How many, while you get together, how many of you are startups? How many startups do we have here? Startup founders? No startup, one, okay? One. Then how many, so the rest of you corporate? What do you guys do? Let's start by that. Oh, you have to leave. They're leaving, Salva.
Okay, guys, I don't know.
So one
We
group?
invite you to do at home.
I mean, up to you, Chris.
Yeah, of course.
No, they're leaving.
Ah, they're leaving?
Are you leaving, staying? Just need some.
Yeah.
Ah,
Okay, okay. Yeah?
Yeah,
Oh, no problem, no problem. Okay, so where are we left? It's you guys?
Yeah,
And-
let's
okay,
do one.
then-
Just do one.
Yeah, let's do one group.
Okay,
here.
one
You want,
group.
we can all come this way?
Thank you.
Yeah, come this way, we can all sit down here. We're a small group, so we can make
Yeah,
it more
yeah.
interactive.
Get down.
So you can explain briefly the idea?
Yeah. So basically what we're going to do is it doesn't matter if you're a startup or a corporate, we're going to ask you to think as if you were a corporate part of you and then other part of the team as if you were a startup. So we have 2 and 2. This is
I'll
really
join as well.
funny.
Perfect.
Okay. Yeah, you wanna come? No, me. Okay, so the thing is, what we're gonna do is we're gonna ask you to pick one challenge from a corporate. Does anyone work in a corporate? Yes,
South
you
Summit
do.
kind of
Yes, South
corporate?
Summit. Yep. Sorry. Puerto Rico. Okay, yeah, that could be as well. So basically, you need to decide one challenge that you want to tackle, and then taking on that challenge, then you need to start thinking like a startup, and how would you actually solve that challenge? Now, of course, you're going to be like, how do the fuck we do that? We have some questions for you to guide you into that process. So there's 2 things that startups do very well. One is, they are very agile, so they work very quick. So what we need to do, what you guys need to ask yourself is, okay, if you had, the way that I think it's easier to work this is, first think that you have all the money in the world. So you're like, okay, I can do anything. Then once you have that idea, okay, and now I don't have that money. So I need to come up with how can I make low-cost experiments or even like free experiments based on that initial really big idea that you had. And then after that is, what is the actual smaller version of the idea that you can test? So that's why we need someone who's, close to the corporate, so you can say, okay, actually this could be something that we could potentially test if you had no any challenges within the company to test the solution, okay? Just think that everyone is super open to test anything. And then if you want to check, if it worked, obviously you need to see, okay, what kind of data and feedback can I gather? So that's one way of thinking. The other way is technologically one. Okay, if I could pick any technology that is out there available to me, artificial intelligence, robotics, you name it, how can I solve this challenge? And what if I made it like fully digital? How can it work? And then the final one is, how can I actually demonstrate that it is a good idea? See?
You have 30 seconds.
30 seconds.
No.
Each of us have to think about one?
No, as a group.
Brilliant. Okay.
Should I? No, me dejo el micrófono. Yeah. Okay. Never mind.
Okay.
I'm gonna drink some water.
¿Qué tal? English? Yeah.
Increíbles, ¿no? Es algo espectacular, ¿no?
Por eso he dicho hacerlo en casa, porque
Que piensen lo que quieran en un minuto y que nos lo cuenten y ya está.
Y ya está.
Yeah.
I want to create educational ecosystem like Mondragon Team Academy. You know, have you heard of Mondragon Team Academy?
Yeah.
So we want to make a Mondragon Team Academy
Mondragon.
in Korea. Yeah. And also Jeju Island, like a Palma de Mallorca.
Like an island outside.
So that is MTA Seoul, our MTA ASEAN. Different. So, but you know, Mondragon have a big company and make they didn't this fundraising, but we have to fundraising. So we have to find a business model. In order to create educational ecosystem. Actually, I work for DCamp, like BAT, as a UX design accelerator. So we have to make a startup company and government and so many students, and then we want to make a business model. So it's my
your challenge.
Challenge. So our challenge.
No? Great. And how about you guys? What challenges do you? I mean, we have to think about one together, no?
I mean, since we have very little time, maybe do we want to keep it short?
Maybe we can think about this to do some homework, and then if you want to come back to us and we can discuss it, we'll be glad to do it.
It's interesting here. I think it's not worth doing a workshop right now because we are a few people. It's good that you think on that. If you had a lot of money, what would you do? Dream far, no? Like if you want to go to the moon. If you don't think to go to the moon, you will never go there anywhere. So you have to think like that. Then what could I test if I want to test my proposal? No? How can I do it quickly? And then this is way of thinking. It doesn't matter if it is a startup, if it's a corporate. You have to think that way. And this is what we were trying to do right now with this workshop. So we rather want you to think on that, bring it to your home and reflect whenever you find an innovation, potential idea or corporate innovation idea, proposal. Try to think on the value you are going to give and what should you do.
And how would you, I'm thinking out loud here, but we've had, Cami and I, we both work on the program team at South Summit, and we're incorporating more and more AI into so one of the things you had there is AI. I think it's this big trending thing.
For me, but that's my personal opinion. It's just a helper. I mean,
it's a tool.
It's a tool. It's a tool.
There's lots of people that have that is a fear of confronting to a white paper. No, others we don't find this problem. So instead of starting with a white paper, you can start with an IA, or you can use stupid works that you can delegate to the AI. But I mean, is any tool we can have to improve or to innovate is welcome. So this is a nice tool.
I was something interesting. We were at a conference last week, and one conversation that came up is the idea that from here 2 years we'll have the first unicorn founder that is a solopreneur. That's him and an AI team.
Well, one of the FreePic that Salva was presenting, they recently acquired a company called Magnific. And it was two people with, and there's this really interesting interview. They had zero investment, and they both, but they did have like power to do it by themselves because they already had an exit before. But these two co-founders, they were on their own. And if you listen to them explaining, they're like, our third partner was ChatGPT. Like he was helping us like be super quick and be super, nimble, and So I think it's definitely, and they sold their company after 6 months.
Wow.
So they built a company, and then in 6 months they sold it to FreePic, and we don't know exactly the number, but what's said is around 40 million.
Wow, and if we're talking about corporate innovation, this means that we could have spin-offs that turn into business really fast.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Have you guys had any experience with startups, with corporates doing that precisely?
Yeah.
Sorry, I have a lot of questions, but...
I mean, since we're here.
Working with the startups, she has shown us that it's very powerful.
Yeah.
The only thing is that corporates needs to learn working with them.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
And
different
we have
language.
implemented
And
that
maybe
was- yeah.
they need to unlearn or work
Yeah, exactly.
differently,
Break
work
paradigms.
more efficient or differently, just to adapt to the new era, new age. Guys, thank you very much for coming, for resist us. And you are We Tangible and Startup Wise Guys proof. From our side, thank you very much. You can contact us. We are on LinkedIn. You have our mails, and if you happy to discuss with you later on.
Yeah,
Amazing.
we're gonna
Thank
be
you very
here.
much.
Thank you guys. Thank you everyone. And thank you guys for coming.
Nada, vosotros.
Hello, hello. Hello, hello, and welcome to the afternoon. Welcome to the arena stage of South Summit Bilbao. My name is Joe Haslam. I'm professor at IE Business School in Madrid, and this is my third South Summit to be here. In fact, I've been at all South Summits going back over 10 years, which is a record I do everything I can to try and keep together. So, this is not about me at all. In every startup competition, it's all about the startups themselves. You know, startups are the motors and the engines of the new economy. Without startups getting big, they create employment and they give vitality and they encourage, things like energy transitions. It's always the new guys coming up that bring new things about. So whenever you have a conference, we should always encourage the startups and we should always listen to what they have to say. It's not always easy to come up here and to pitch. I've done it many times myself. In fact, especially when you have very heavily technical people, some people which you have in things like energy, they can be very technical people and perhaps are a bit on the nerdy side. So it's hard for them to explain complex technical things. So I would like you all to be very encouraging, and I would like you all to sort of like listen intently and to support all of the startups that are here, and also to speak to them afterwards and wish them, show interest in what they're doing. And I'm sure they're always happy to talk. Every founder is happy to talk about their startup. So I don't know what we're doing about getting like red digits on this screen and having a countdown. Maybe the Equipo Técnico will tell me whether they're going to do that or not. Otherwise, if nothing appears, I will just go ahead and welcome the first speaker. So Gabriel, if you want to come on stage, please. And we will just get your presentation up. You see, all these magical things happen now, right? So we'll get your presentation will appear. There's just often running order issues to do with making sure that when the list was first assembled, somebody missed a flight or something like that. Oh, okay. So does that look familiar? Okay, we'll go with it anyway. Okay, and just check your clicker works.
Okay.
And your microphone works.
It's work.
Oh, okay.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Perfect. So you've got everything to go. Okay, can I have a big South Summit Bilbao welcome, please, for Gabriel?
Okay, thank you very much, everything. So I'm Gabriel from Hofitech from Slovakia, and I would like to just introduce you our very nice project called SmartMic, which aims to solve one of the biggest problems of the industry. And this is the industrial hazardous wastewater, which is a big problem, because its amount is still growing. And its disposal and landfilling techniques are outdated and they are very costly. And they are not green at all because waste burning, it's not green. So there is a total lack of a circular economy. Our solution, the SmartMic, actually it looks like simple because it transforms the industrial wastewater into recycled clean water, which can be just again reused in the manufacturing processes and also into secondary raw materials that can be reused directly in the brick and paving manufacturing, right? And so it captures carbon. So the whole process is just optimized by our own AI algorithms, which calculates the best combination of the input parameters to get the best output parameters with the higher quality of the treatment and recycling process. And this is how it looks like. So the technology is located and fit into the small trailer. A small trailer, right? And here are the guys that just at work at our first field trial in a paint manufacturing company, right? And this is how the recycled secondary raw material looks like, which were this year actually also tested in a real environment with our brick manufacturing test user, which is Wienerberger. He's maybe the biggest brick manufacturer in Europe, maybe in the world. So our competitive advantage lies in our scalability, cost efficiency, and the environmental impact, because it's almost a zero-waste solution, or zero-waste solution, actually, in comparison with classical treatment technologies like the membrane technology, the pure chemical technology. There is a market opportunity because our technology combines two markets, the wastewater treatment market and the construction brick and paving material market. And these markets are quite big, with the sizes of 60 billion euros and almost 900 billion euros. And now we're just focusing on the Eastern, Western, and Central European market from geopolitical reasons. And thanks God that these markets are still growing and growing, and they are expected to be doubled between the years 2020 and 2030. Our go-to-market strategy has divided into 4 phases. So we finished the first phase, which was about the field trial, market validation, and reaching the TRL6 level this year within the field trials in cooperation with the industrial test users. The next year will be about the certification of the product and the market entry and gathering the first paying customers. And the phase 3 and the phase 4 actually are focusing more on the business growth and business scaling up. So something about the traction, our story has begun actually in 2019 when we first time participated in South Summit in Madrid. So in Madrid, we got our first contacts. It was networking, and thanks to a Spanish company, we got our first funding from Eurostars in 2021. And so we started the technology upscaling, reaching the TRL6 and convincing smaller and bigger players in the industry to be our test users. Right? So this year, actually, we have a market-ready demonstrator at TRL6 level, and big names, actually, besides the test users. Our business model actually has 3 pillars. The first is the direct sales of the secondary raw material for the paving manufacturer and sales of the technology itself. The second pillar is providing the recycling services, and the third one is renting the technology. So just combining these business models, we just got several combination of hybrid financial projections, and one more conservative one is just presented here, which is a profitable business, but still considering only 1 company branch in Slovakia. Of course, it has a return of investment about 3 and 3 years, according to the calculations. But we want to scale faster, right? So we need to more networking to know how to scale up our business by opening company branches in other countries. So the core team is consisted of 8 multidisciplinary engineers and technicians and other persons. So today we outsource only marketing and accounting activities. So our partners are smaller and bigger players. So one of the bigger players are test users, IKEA Industry in Slovakia. They have a furniture manufacturing there, and the Wienerberger Slovakia brick and paving manufacturing company. And fundraising. So up to today, we invested almost 200,000 euros from own investments because we have some AI services for the industry. So this is the source of the money. And we also won 2 Eurostars projects in a total amount of 700,000 euros. And now we're seeking investment, of course, because we want to grow, right? And hope we are attractive enough to you and to convince you to invest to our company and dream, actually, to be one of the game changer in the industry. So thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, just to wait. So we don't have a startup jury because that's not the way we do things for this particular one, but I always want to ask you a follow-up question.
Yep.
So what's the most commonly misunderstood thing about your company? What's the thing that after you present your company and you explain it, that it's important they understand that they don't understand?
According to me?
Yeah.
Sometimes I also misunderstand my company as well. So.
Okay, well, that's a bigger problem. Okay, we're not going to fix that one today.
It's a bigger problem.
But there's always a question, you talk about bricks and all of that, and people just don't understand what's the big question that people misunderstand about your company?
Because usually the people just don't know the legislation rules.
Yeah.
In the wastewater or usually in the waste treatment industry.
Yeah.
So, for example, usually just don't know that how is the industrial hazardous wastewater treated. Okay. So, for example, it's coagulated. You don't have to know what does it mean, but coagulation means that then just taken out the solid materials from the wastewater and they burn it.
Right.
And what is burning? It's not green. So the The present wastewater treatment practices are outdated and not green because they're burning. So it's just a transformation of the waste water into other form of the waste. And this is well misunderstood in the whole industry, not only in my company.
Okay. So when people want to come up and talk to you afterwards, they want to talk to you about wastewater. Okay,
yeah.
Fantastic. Okay, that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I was Gabriel, of course. Thank you very much. Round of applause, please, for Gabriel. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, the fun continues with Nicola. So if you can come on and we just make sure we have the right presentation and that the clicker works, and then away you go. And then I'm going to ask you a really difficult question afterwards, and really horrible, difficult. Oh, here we go. So go back to the first one. Okay, ready to go. Okay, that looks familiar. Microphone, clicker, everything. Okay, round of applause, please, for Nicola. Nicola, thank you.
Thank you. So my name is Nicola, okay. Let me introduce Pigo. Pigo is your knowledge retrieval system. 41% of managers say content fundability is the top one problem to solve. And poor search experience affect heavily workers' productivity. It is estimated up to 25% of employee productivity. Pigo is an AI search engine retrieving any information inside any type of file and from any kind of repository in just a few seconds. How does it work? You have just to connect Pigo to your repository, OneDrive, SharePoint, ServiceNow, I don't know, Salesforce, for example. Pigo will import dynamically on a daily basis all your content. No? After that, you have just to insert a question in the search bar. What happens? Pigo will retrieve a clear-cut answer from your knowledge base. Will generate an answer. And below the answer, you can see all the sources from which the information has been taken. So the list of documents, the kind of documents, and so on. Clicking on the title, the document will be open on the right side. Okay, so you can scroll all the document, and also you can see an orange sidebar that give you the information that portion of text has been used to generate your answer. Pigo has two main characteristics: has a low time setup and a low maintenance cost. We use an hybrid approach. Our technology uses a statistical, a semantic, and generative approach. So these are our customers. We work with large enterprises. We have 5 paying customers: Sky Italy, MC Cargo, and so on. And we realized in the last 3 years 12 proof of concept with big enterprises. This is our traction, our revenue in 2023, and the projection up to 2026. Use cases. Pigo is used generally in help desk division, for example, for giving support to help desk operators while they are on the phone with the client to retrieve as fast as possible the information they need. Or has an internal help desk. For example, here it is used by MC Cargo for a question coming from employee about IT issues or HR procedures and so on. Pigo can be a standalone web app, or can be installed as a plugin in your platform. And it can be installed on premises or can be also a SaaS solution, as you prefer. The founders, Nicola, with more than 10 years of experience as developer, our CTO, me, he has more than 20 years of experience in multinational, mainly in Samsung and Electrolux. Our CMO, our expert in inbound marketing with more than 50 years. Advisors, Alexei, he is an applied professor in Malta University. Pancrazio, he is a serial entrepreneur working in Silicon Valley. And Stefano, he is the autonomous driving AWS director in the USA. That's it. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, we're behind time, so sadly we've no time for any questions, okay? So
Okay.
people will have to catch up with you afterwards. So if I could say thank you very much, and then welcome Stefan on to the next stage, if you want to come on. We're going to have like very quick transitions. We just wait for your presentation to come on. That looks all very familiar. Speak into the microphone.
Hello, hello.
Hello,
Hello,
hello.
hello.
And then you're ready to go. Okay, gonna big South Summit welcome, please, for Stefan. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Stefan Carrizo, and I come all the way from Finland to talk to you about Refamo. Although, of course, my name is Carrizo, so even if I live in Finland since 2006, I'm actually from Alicante. I did change the Mediterranean for the Baltic and sand for snowflakes and plus 20 for minus 20, but before you ask, yes, there was a girl involved. But let's focus on Refamo. Refamo is a spin-off from La Peranta University, LUT, which is one of the top universities in the world when it comes to welded steel studies. Welded steel, which is all around us, and we still have a very complicated relation with it. Let me put some examples. We might see boats that are completely over-designed using too much steel, which means too much fuel, just because they're designed to play it safe for the user intended to. And still, every now and then, we see, well, unfortunately, accidents and catastrophes that actually put lives in danger and caused massive economic damage, some of which could be prevented maybe with better maintenance, which is very hard to do because the assets are not accessible or it's difficult to do it in a good time frame. So what do we do? At Refamo, we have patented continuous fatigue monitoring and analytics of welded steel structures, which just rolls off your tongue. I'm going to try again. Continuous fatigue monitoring and analytics of welded steel structures. See, it's easy. But why else? Because not only is it continuous, but actually, it's not that you get the data in real time, it's that you actually get the information you need in real time and locally. So you will see exactly what is happening. You will see the real time damage of your assets. There's more. We also give you an accurate lifetime prediction of your assets. And because we do this monitoring continuously, all of this is done with dynamic loads while the asset is in use. Now, you saw before that the MVP was done for R&D, but you see cases like this, and you realize that actually some cases could be prevented, again, with better maintenance. So we thought we also need to talk to operations and maintenance, and we're proud to say that we actually provide data for both R&D and OEM. And the idea is, again, to give you better tools to be able to understand better your assets, where they are today and where they will be in the future. And again, real-time damage and accurate lifetime prediction. We work in maritime. That's where we've been quite strong, but we are, of course, also working in rail and in energy. And we actually recently were also accepted in a defense program in Finland. But I also like to think, instead of thinking of the verticals, the segments, in terms of assets, because this, for example, doesn't show that we are working with a bridge in Finland with the organization that handles that kind of structure, which I'm not going to say because it's in Finnish, it's a lot of syllables. But so we can also work with vehicles, boats, trams, trains. We can also work with specialized tools. So basically, welded steel assets is all you need to know, and we'll be able to work with it. In any case, we are going to market. I'm really happy to say that we have more and more customer cases coming in. We can work per project, but we can also work licensing. We actually signed up recently partners which are licensing the technology, the patented technology, and then they are able to basically bring this to their own projects. We basically, thanks to the people of Bind and previous contacts, we are targeting Spain for 2025, so I'm more than happy to talk to you afterwards. Our core team is basically very strong, and we have 6 founders. 3 of them have a very strong equity control of the company. Now the team is going to grow, and it's going to grow in the sales and marketing direction, because again, we are heading to market. And here we have another reference to the university, which has a very good ecosystem, the HRO Forum, which will allow us actually to contact to a lot of our potential customers in Finland. And now that we are product market fit, we are definitely going to do that too. The investment, of course, we are currently raising 1 million round, and I have to say that I'm very happy to say that our current VCs are following, they are joining, they're very happy with what they've seen and what we have done. And we are also entering in phase 2 of the DTA, the Deep Tech Accelerator of Business Finland, which is 1 million loan. And again, I'm very happy to talk to you afterwards to give more details. As you can see, there's different opportunities, so please find me afterwards. And finally, of course, in the very near future, we want to apply our patented methodology in digital twins because that opens a whole new scope of possibilities and opportunities. Whether it is because you have so many assets that are in a similar usage that you're comfortable maybe doing it like that, or for any other reason. So we are also working in that direction in the very near future. And again, this is us, so looking for new projects and looking for investment, please look out for me. The Finnish that is actually Spanish. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stefano. No questions, sorry. If you can hand the clicker to Justine, we can move on to the next. Okay, so thank you for, I think, do I say quitos or gracias or what do I say? Anyway, Justine, if you want to come on the stage, please. We just get your presentation and always make sure everything's working and then you go, wow, some enthusiasm. That's always very welcome. Okay, fantastic. Okay, ready to go then. Round of applause, please, for Justine. Thank you.
Hi. Oh, that works. Fantastic. So, hello, everyone. My name is Cecilia. I'm a mechanical engineer by background and a business developer by trade. Today, I'm introducing a revolutionizing quality control solution for detecting structural defects in metallic and non-metallic components. Our aim as a company and myself is to achieve zero defect manufacturing. You probably heard stories recently about Boeing and the doors flying away and all other safety issues that are so, I would say, unacceptable these days, especially when we have all these technology in hand. So our aim is to achieve zero defect manufacturing, and we do that by tackling challenges related with manual inspection. So that could be done whether you try to find problems just visualizing by, trying to assess them by eye, or whether you're using other methods such as ultrasonic testing or dye penetrant testing. Manual inspection comes with a lot of disadvantages, such as it's inefficient, it can cost a lot of money, and finally, it can be difficult to find the right personnel to do the right tasks. So here was an article, which is in Germany, where 40% of the factory managers reported that they are struggling to find people to do those monotonous and repetitive tasks. So for that reason, Resonix came up with an automated acoustic resonance testing method. So how do we do this? We follow a 4-step process. And first step is we physically induce vibrations to the component. Then we allow that component to resonate in its own frequencies. When we feed this data into the AI algorithm, which then straight away gives you an output where the component is okay or not okay. To collect those acoustic fingerprints, we developed our own proprietary sensor, which contains an impact hammer, a microphone, and a PCB controller. And in terms of the algorithm, we train an algorithm on the good components, and then once the customer tells us, what is a good component, we feed this, into the algorithm, and everything outside that deviation would be highlighted or flagged to the operator. Here, it was a graph where blue parts represent good parts, and red dots, blue dots represent good parts, and red dots represent bad parts. We did the training on 45 components only, and we can already see a relatively clear graph, which components are good and which components are not. We can find all types of defects, and I spoke with some of you here specifically regarding big structures. However, we focus on the most common defects, what we see in the industry, which are pores, cracks, inclusions, and welding defects. If you wish to have a system in your factory, we can offer you either a standalone solution or a fully integrated system. And I have a few examples here. I don't know how many of you are here are engineers. I know there are some students as well, so I hope this is going to be useful. So here was a component, an engine rod, specifically for the maritime industry. And this engine rod was initially tested using dye-penetrant testing. So if some of you don't know, it's a really messy process where you need to take it apart, dip into like a specific liquid, then you need to basically check it under UV light, and then you need to clean it, and then you need to put it back to the stock. So we replaced that process by using 10 sensors, and we were able to identify cracks of 0.05 millimeter, which is 50 micrometers. And for that, we required 400 reference parts. Those 400 reference parts are the parts required for the training the algorithm. However, if you are working in the medium or high volume manufacturing, this number probably is relatively low. Another sample over here. Here's a tube component. I know some of you here are working with tubes and metals, and we were testing a cylinder, which was initially laser welded, and before that they had a high pressure test. And by using 6 sensors, we were able to find pores of 0.1 millimeter, and for that we needed 200 reference parts. And this is a final sample. Again, this is a hydraulic pump component, if someone knows. And we used 2 sensors to identify cavities after the die casting process, and for that we needed 150 reference parts. There are a lot of benefits using sound, and I'm not even talking about sustainability and making this cleaner, but we are able to offer you 100% quality control. This is extremely fast process, means we are able to meet most of the production pace because we are able to get results in under 4 seconds. And we estimated that with this solution, we can provide you up to 80% in cost saving. Last and not the last, for primary functions, we do not require any Wi-Fi connectivity. So if you have any data concerns, we can run most of the functions locally. If you like what you see, but you're not too sure whether to trust a startup or not, we would like to offer a feasibility study. During that feasibility study, we would ask you to send us some components. We would analyze, we would provide you a report of our findings, as well as future recommendations. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Justina. That's it. There's
any questions?
I wish that we had time for questions, but we don't have any time for question. And if there's one thing about South Summit, it runs on time. Believe me, it's our. Okay, so Nicholas, how's it going? Walk a bit faster there. How you go?
Sorry,
okay.
I'll go fast.
Yeah, lovely. Okay, ready.
Mic working already, so testing it.
Perfect. Okay, you look like a man who's ready to go. So
I'm always ready to go. At least I try.
He took off the badge because he wants to be photographed, without the badge. So there's a man. There's a man who thinks about his image. Okay, not that he needs it, but big round of applause, please, for Nicholas.
Thank you. Okay, boo. We're not a young startup, that's for sure. We started back in 2015, but that means that we've been validated, and our business models or our products are already in the market since long ago. And so this basically what I came to talk to you about is a success story of different product lines that meet market opportunity on the one side, they meet cash flow needs on the other ones, or they meet market pull. And so obviously that wouldn't have been possible without all our support and the funding that we've received. Special mention to South Summit. We've been together, great relationship with Nacho, with Maria since 2017 when we were finalists of the actual event. But yeah, I came to showcase 3 technologies or 3 services, okay? First of all, Inspection Eye. I'm not going to bore you with details, but basically what we do is we have advanced models within convolutional neural networks to identify and categorize over 57 different surface defects. This is now working right now live in Airbus factories, in Illescas, in the validation process, truth be told. The main thing about this is that we can lower the process times. We increase over 98% in the precision. And the best thing is that everything is done with mobile phone pictures. So low resolution. Imagine what we could do with high resolution images. This is already a full package. It is deployable in every single possible imaginable way. And the main thing is that it's not only used for RGB images, but it can be used for thermal, hyperspectral, or any type of images that you might imagine. Okay. Second technology, logistics intelligence. This is our core product. This is the first product that brought OBU to the map. It is logistics intelligence. What we do is we try to gather all the information, all the data that has cost you a lot to gather in terms of supply chain, system structure and operation. We process that data in order to basically optimize your inventory for the maintenance of complex machinery, aircrafts, rail systems, wind generators, you name it. Okay. So what we do is we diagnose the performance, the economic performance, and the availability performance of those assets. We create new scenarios to optimize those inventories. We then analyze your complete supply chain. We analyze the different levels, and we are basically capable of interchange between those warehouses, the different inventory, to be able to better optimize those spare parts. The main KPIs is that we reduce investment in nearly 20%, okay, whilst improving system availability to over 95%. We have included intelligence layers there for the consumption of forecasting of the consumption of those spare parts based on historic. So we are basically able to forecast your consumption in spare parts for over 48 months based on your past historics. This is now being deployed in the Spanish Army, but we have already deployed it in Airbus, airlines, utilities, infrastructures, you name it. Last but not least, our engineering capabilities, okay, our engineering missions. This was a business line that was forced to us because of cash flow. So we gathered all the know-how, all the information, all the expertise of our teams, and started working on computer-aided design and all the type of engineering simulations that you can imagine, 360 capabilities. We're working with aerospace. We're working with space. We're working with nuclear companies. In fact, one of our latest projects is with the Rosalind Franklin ExoMars mission, where we're working for the simulation of different structures that will go eventually to Mars. We're also working with non-Newtonian zero-gravity actuators, or doing test benches for aircraft propulsion systems. Last but not least is what we don't show in our presentation, okay? We also offer our advanced technologies, our continuous improvement, our industrialization capabilities of digital solutions, and our cross-sectional applications all together with our out-of-the-box problem solving and our full analytical and engineering background to become a great partner for your not only R&D projects, but also your business lines. Thank you very much.
Okay, muchísimas gracias. I'm sorry we don't have any time for questions. So it's super interesting company, super interesting company. Okay, Jonathan, you're up next. Okay, fantastic. Here's the clicker. Okay. Did you buy new shoes? Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they look like really good. Yeah, it's
okay.
The details matter. Okay, very good. Round of applause, please, for Jonathan. Thank you.
Everybody. So just mic check. 1 million, 2 million. Okay, you can hear me. Okay, so hello everybody. My name is Jonathan, CEO and founder of StructurePel. And as I love starting my presentation with facts, and one of them is that the construction industry is using too much material for its building and infrastructure. To be more precise, more than it should. And why is that? Because the construction industry tends to over-design everything. That means putting more material than they need. And StructurePoly is here to try to reduce or even eliminate that concept of over-design. So where do we begin? Reinforced concrete, the worst material, second to water in human usage, responsible for between 8 and 11% of total carbon emissions in the world, depending on how you weigh it. And when we're talking about concrete in buildings, 80% of the structure is practically concrete, 50% of its embodied carbon relies in the concrete, and the cost is a third. And guys, we are over-designing this material by almost 40% in most of our buildings. So how can we solve that? By understanding who has the problem and why we're getting to 40%. And the reason why we're getting to 40% is because our engineers, the ones who are responsible for designing those structures, those concrete structures, are in a problem. And that problem is that we don't have enough engineers as it is, and less by the day, as a profession. We have more projects that we have to build, and the timeline for designing is shrinking by the day. In other words, those poor engineers, what they have to do is to work fast and deliver fast structures that will meet the code and regulations and will be okay, but are far from being lean or optimal. And that leads us to extreme loss of funds, of course, for the developer, their clients, and our client, and of course, a catastrophe in terms of CO2 emissions. A question for the audience: does someone knows how much carbon has 1 cubic meter of concrete has? That means how much it will release in LCA. Someone? Don't be shy. Someone knows the answer? No? Okay. 500 kilos of carbon equals 1 cubic meter of concrete. That means this is almost 3 tons of carbon right there. Now, what can you do about it? Well, what we intend to do about it is to do a few things. First of all, let's help the engineer, and by automating the process as much as we can, at least 50% of it, helping him optimize the outcome that he takes, and moreover, integrate. That means we don't want to interfere. We want to blend in and create a zero learning curve process for him. And the results, an equilibrium of roughly 15% reduction in volume and in costs in the project. How it works? Pretty simple. We tell the engineers, don't draft, don't work, don't do all that manual labor. Specify the challenge, the design challenge you have up front. Provide the parameters, the design, the load cases, the cost, the material, and the architectural model, and let our AI help you get to the most optimal solution. And by that, reducing those 15% that we just said. And we've been doing it in 3 different territories so far. The biggest one is Canada, that we've been working with, Israel and Hong Kong, where we have clients and great partners as well, and investors, of course. And the way that we make money, it's pretty simple. Give us $2 per square meter, and we will return you those 15%, that in most cases will be a return of at least $7 to $15 per each dollar you pay us. That's before the CO2 emissions that we can reduce. Now, let's talk about the market and the size of what we can achieve. First of all, the construction industry builds roughly 4.5 billion square meters a year of buildings. And if we do $2 per square meter, we can reach a $9 billion if our technology will be standard. But what's more interesting about the numbers is the one here in the little corner. That's 144 billion kilos of emissions that we can reduce, which are roughly 0.6% of all emissions worldwide. That's before infrastructure. The moment we'll go into infrastructure, that number will be more than 1% of global CO2 emissions that we can help reduce. We've been busy and we have competition, and I'll be brief about it. What we do better than others, it's the fact that we integrate, that means zero learning curve. We have a fee structure that our clients are already paying, and they understand how much they're going to gain from day one, and the level of complexity that we provide to our designers, to our engineers who work with us, is extreme. That means it's a lot more than just the schematics. It's deep, and it's well defined by all the parameters. We've been busy not only in defeating our say components, but actually all over the globe almost, being part of beautiful programs that help us in the UK, in North America, in Israel, and Hong Kong as well. We won some prizes from the climate and from the construction side. And we're growing in every aspect: manpower, territories, technology, and of course, revenue, which is very important for us. And the last thing that I want to end with, and it's the most important thing for me anyway as a CEO, is the team that I have, which is composed of structural engineers and architects who design buildings, understand the problem that we have, and decided to do something about it. They learned code, they got into development and AI, and we are now proud to be able to present to you with StructurePal. We have great investors, CVCs and VCs from the industry and from the climate side, and a great advisory board, even from Autodesk, to help us with. So we are fundraising, of course. So thank you very much. I've been Jonathan. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Jonathan. Thank you. Okay, Francisco, if you come on the stage, please. Yeah, let's go. We're slightly behind schedule, which gives me great concern. So you've come all the way from Peru, yeah?
Yeah.
From Lima, I guess?
Lima.
No? Okay, fantastic. Okay, and here comes Toomey. We definitely have met before. Okay, anyway, big round of applause, please, for Francesco!
Well, thanks very much for the invitation. I'm Francisco, CEO of Toomey Robotics, and the last 6 years we have been developing robotic solutions for the inspection, digitalization, and diagnosis of critical infrastructure of the mining industry. However, today I will present our vision for 2025, and we're taking a moonshot, literally. So we are digitizing extreme environments, and lunar exploration is not science fiction anymore. With more than 200 missions already planned for 2035, is a reality. However, lunar exploration and prospection is extremely challenging. This is because the moon is exposed to extreme environmental conditions. The people and the equipment we send is exposed to risk and hazards, and because of that, we have limited actionable data. In order to mine, we need to assess, and to assess, we need data. That's why at Toomey, we generate actionable data with robot-agnostic edge computing AI devices to explore, digitize, and prospect extreme environments. It's a three-step process. First, we deploy the edge devices through robotic systems. Then we collect and prepare the data in situ and in real time, and then we feed our software platforms in order for it to generate insights and reports for our clients. By edge AI, I mean the embedded electronics that are robot agnostic and could be attached to our robots or the robots of other providers. And here our key component is that we are using parallel computing algorithms in order to simplify complex calculations, which allow us to reduce energy consumption and reduce the size of data streams, which are critical factors for space exploration. Here you can see what we are doing right now with the mining industry. We are able to process almost in real time large amounts of data that comes from cameras, LiDAR sensors, or any other sensors that produce big data. And we are able to perform map surveying, gas monitoring, fragmentation analysis, geological mapping. I'm mentioning here some of the examples for the underground mining industry. The market we are aiming for the space industry is huge. It will be above $140 billion by 2035, and with already 235 missions planned for 2035, we aim to attend at least 20 of those lunar missions in order to reach $150 million in the next years. Our differentials, which actually will allow us to collaborate with other players, because in order to reach the space, we have to collaborate, is that we will focus on the edge AI devices, which allow us to have high performance on the processing of data, become robot agnostic. And the difference with the big players on space is that we already have the experience from the mining industry. So we are coming from the mining on Earth to the space. We have proprietary technology, and we have some patents as well. We already have some traction. We have been funded by the government of Chile and Peru. We just opened offices in Chile officially 3 months ago. We have already venture capital investment, and we are bootstrapping already with the mining industry as well. We are aiming for 2025 to start to provide our solutions, our services to space government agencies and other players which already raise money to go to space. Our business model here, we are combining the pilots and we are doing with the mining industry, the projects we are aiming to develop with the space, with government agencies, hardware as a service business model, which we are already validating on Earth, and the software as a service platform, which provides data analytics. As you can see here, we're combining Earth and space business model. The space business model has one more zero in front of everything. This is the roadmap we are planning. We already have a partner with which we will validate our hypothesis, our pilot, with a university in Europe. And we are raising the money in order to develop an advanced prototype that will be tested in the deserts of La Joya, in Peru, and Atacama in Chile, which are analogs of Mars. For 2029, we aim to launch our hardware as a service and software as a service business model for the Earth and start to talk with other players which are going to space in order to have a payload integration with their systems. And in 2030, launch our robot as a service business model for space. We are raising $1.8 million in order to increase our revenues with the mining industry already, strengthen our presence in Latin, Europe, and US, and release the hardware as a service and software as a service business platform on 2026. We are a team of 3 co-founders with experience in science, innovation, engineering, mining, and business. And of course, we have advisors from the mining industry. They provide strategic guidance from this industry and the academia as well. We are looking forward for the advisors in the space area as well. So today we are doing mining on the Earth, and tomorrow we will be doing that on the moon. Join us to innovate in mining space exploration. Thank you very much.
Okay, very good, Francisco. Okay, that's it. No questions. Sorry. Super interesting. Building buggies on the moon. I mean, that's pretty cool. Okay, right. Next, Marco is up from near to Venice. Okay, so you're the last person in this round, this cohort. So it moves around, but eventually it gets there. Okay, fantastic. Ew, does that look right? Okay, it is right. Fantastic. Okay, big welcome, please, for Marco. Come on.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everybody. My name is Marco, and today I'm going to introduce you Elementag, which is an artificial DNA for product and raw material traceability. Elementag is, in a nutshell, a traceability and anti-counterfeiting technology based on nanoparticles. It's still part of particular materials project, but will be spun off in Q1 2025. And it's based on a technological platform based on supercritical water that is used to produce those nanoparticles that are part of our technological solution. Particular materials has already some successful case history, which are circular materials, a successful spin-off, and another very interesting project in the green hydrogen production. When we started to think about Elemental, we saw that there is a huge problem worldwide, which is illicit trade. We saw that incumbent technology are not able to satisfy the need of transparency along the different supply chains. So a new solution I'll call for to ensure brands and customers about authenticity of products and materials. We compared the incumbent technology with 5 main performance dimensions, critical performance dimensions, and we developed a solution that is able to satisfy all those critical performance dimensions, while traditional technology are not able to do that. And additionally, Elementag can be coupled with blockchain-based solution in order to create a physical link between any kind of physical object and its digital twin. Let's go on how Elementag works. We saw that it is an inorganic DNA for broader materials, but it can be identified in 4 phases. The first one is the encoding phase, where a specific chemical composition is associated to specific nanoparticles. And those nanoparticles is associated to a set of information which is represented by a code. The second phase is the production phase, where nanoparticles are synthesized and produced. The third phase is the integration, where those nanoparticles are applied in the matrix, or in the surface, or in a specific part of the object you want to trace. And finally, you have the detection phase, where through a portable XRF, which is basically a spectrometer, we are able to retrieve directly the code associated to the chemical composition of those nanoparticles, creating such a link, and perform the identification. Moving to the market, considering the total addressable market, which is the one of the global anti-counterfeiting packaging, it's huge. It's almost 300 billion. Going to the service addressable market, which exclude the traditional technology, so focus only on innovative technology, it's about 41 billion. And going to serviceable, attainable market, we, in a conservative way, consider just 2.5 of European market, which is about 300 million euro. The project started more or less 1 year ago. In more or less 18 months, we collected about 80 leads. We made more than 25 live demo. We have a lot of pilot projects up and running, and we're going to sign a commercial agreement with the leading eyewear manufacturer in Italy, which will provide us another recurring revenue between 1.1 and 1.3 million euro. We are looking for funds. The fundraising is about 2.5 million. For three main purposes. The first one is the industrialization, because we need to increase the production capacity and automate our processes. We need to expand our team, achieving about 20 people by 2026. And we want to invest in software to create basically a digital platform and a proprietary matching algorithm to identify the nanoparticles that are present on the product. We are actually a team of 4 people. It's me, Francesco, Angela, and Anna. We will hire shortly other 3 people, senior R&D specialist, lab technician, and sales reps. And we have 2 advisors. Well, the one is Marco Bersani, the CEO of Circular Materials and co-founder of Particular Materials, and Paolo Costa, head of R&D in Particular Materials. Thank you for your attention, and thank you very much for everything.
Okay. Thank you very much. Sadly, no questions. I need to get the clicker from you. Okay, actually, I would love to ask questions, but there are no questions. Okay, Andrew, show some energy and dynamism and all of those kind of things. Okay, so I just have to fill in the blanks by going yada yada until the presentation mysteriously appears. Sure. That's the end of the Industry 4.0, and now we begin the second set, the energy transition. So meet the startups. It goes around and around, and then your one comes up, and then you're ready to go. Something? Yeah. Well, okay. No, it all happens. They've got everything totally under control. That looks familiar, does it?
It does. That is us.
It's a bit Masonic, isn't it? Like triangles and stuff. No.
It does have some meaning, some relevance.
Okay. Well, triangles are good. Isn't there the strongest structure on Earth?
I hope so. Yeah. We're heading that way.
Okay. Fantastic. Okay. So let's kick off the new section of the energy transition with Andrew. Big round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello there. Good afternoon. So I'm glad to be here in Spain because this is actually an ideal location for the technology that I want to discuss. As you can see, it says energy is everywhere, and let's revolutionize clean energy from natural movement. Spain is surrounded by an ocean, and that ocean is a usable energy source. We're a clean tech that specializes in low-cost energy recovery from natural movements, and where our energy solutions are affordable and sustainable. We can reduce consumption as a world, global consumption, by increasing energy conservation. Energy conservation from ocean waves, wind, and even wasted energy from things like transport and tidal waves. So the problem is the electrification of industry is increasing the energy demands, and investment challenges in renewables are quite an awkward area, to be honest. The main issue is that we're using up all the land. So land occupation is very expensive, and so are offshore installations. So we need a cost-effective, low-cost solution that is decentralized, and it's minimal environmental impact, essentially. So the two solutions that we have at the moment really are only two. There's 10% of all electricity that's generated by solar, and wind turbines, nuclear, fossil fuels all use a rotary AC generator. So that's 90% of all electricity is generated by AC generators. So that means that AC is actually a fantastic method of using to generate electricity. We've already spent billions of pounds on R&D and many years of research, proven research. But linear generators are hardly used. They're massively underused, linear generators. It's a proven technology. They're highly efficient. They convert 85 to 95% of electricity. And you can probably see some of the examples there of these are not actually ours, by the way, but these are examples. Wave energy generators, they use floating devices, oscillating columns with copper coils and magnets that maneuver within them to generate vast amounts of electricity. So the only issue with linear generators, they do have similar issues to, or similar challenges to rotary, which are friction, which requires lubrication, and corrosion of external components. So our product is a linear pendulum AC generator. It's simple, durable, and it can be used for a variety of energy sources. In particular, we're here to talk about wave energy and using oceanic energy. So we have a number of patents already. Some are filed and passed, and some are still pending, 6 in total. But essentially, the linear generator is a pendulum device. Pendulum is something we've always used for hundreds of years, been a reliable technology. But in this case, they remove friction from the process, which makes it highly efficient as a generator. The components can now be all internal, which basically makes it a low-cost, scalable, reliable solution that's got a long lifespan, low maintenance, and easily repairable. So as I say, they're common components, things like copper coils, neodymium magnets, and durable recycled plastics, so we can remove the actual metal from that. So we've got some unique selling points. We can use untapped energy sources. Human activity is one of them, which often raises some interesting suggestions. Traffic, and the one that I want to talk about, which is sea waves. So we can improve energy security using a decentralized solution. It's less intermittent waves, which reduces the need for battery costs. 40% of people live in coastal areas. That's 40% of everybody in the world live in a coastal area. And we can use the sea as a zero-emission, sustainable energy source. Along with, if we go for efficient deployment of this technology, we can install alongside existing solar and wind farms that are offshore, and we can reuse that infrastructure to bring more value to that infrastructure in actual fact, and harvest a much longer duration of energy from the waves in the sea. We can also utilize the technology in other areas, wasted energy in traffic, but our primary source of energy is going to be waves. Some of our solutions have been calculated to be the most cost-effective energy solutions on the planet, 2 pence per kilowatt hour, which is the lowest cost of renewable energy. And others are 2.4, but nevertheless still the lowest cost of renewable energy. So we have a global market of $1 trillion on the table by 2030. We know that the Earth is 71% ocean, which is a wonder why we actually call it Earth. but it's a constant, this ocean is an active, constant source of free energy. And the International Renewable Energy Agency, they estimate that the oceans could be producing 130,000 terawatts of energy. It's just a constant supply. That's 4 times more energy than we currently use today. So our target sectors for this technology are coastal regions for wave energy, islands, which are certainly underserved at the moment, and shipping installations, and a few others mentioned there. So our projections are for the use in smart cities, IoT devices, and as I've always mentioned, the large-scale sea installations that we believe could have because they're not subsurface, but they're subsurface, so they're not actually under the sea. The lifespans could last for 60 years. But not taking that into account, we're already less by 8% than wind and 15% cost reduction on solar. So that's me for today. My name's Andrew Karim. Here are my details. I've self-funded quite a lot of the technology, so we're at pre-seed stage at the moment, but we are in line for a seed funding from Shell of 500K, and we are also seeking collaborators for pilot projects. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Andrew. Sorry, I've no time to talk to you, but I did hear your joke about the Earth being 71% Earth, so we should call it, I guess, ocean or water or something.
The ocean.
Yeah.
With a
Okay,
few
I
islands.
heard it. Maybe it took a while to resonate to the back of the room, but I thought it was funny. Okay. Anyway, next speaker on we have Bishma, all the way from Soria. So you get the magic clicker, and you're going to talk to us about clever social devices. Okay. Big round of applause, please, for Bishma. Thank you very much.
Hello, good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here. We would like to present our photovoltaics 4.0 based on an IoT device, patented device, that sends the information to the cloud and do the magic, capable to increase 15% the energy production on photovoltaic power installations and reduce 70% of the operational maintenance costs. It's incredible, but today there are people that must to go to the installation to troubleshoot it and ensure that all the installation works properly, and must to be done, because if you are not doing that, you are losing efficiency, you are losing power, you are at the end losing the capability to return of the investment. Those activities are a high manual intensity, and at the end, what do is, leakage the revenue of the installation. So the solution is it's quite embarrassing to say here, is, hey, why not digitalize and use IoT and use artificial intelligence to do it smarter, because it's a quite simple structure, it doesn't have movements, always exactly in the same place, it's electricity, so why we are not measuring the value that today is measured by hand? And this is what we are doing in Clever. We have this small device that is tracing one freaky value, that is the ID curve, that is the diagnosis parameter, and it's able to increase this 70% energy production and reduce this increase 15% the energy production and reduce the 70% of the operational cost, thanks to measure a very accurate value for the diagnosis. And with this information, we are able to do other kind of services, not only in relation with the solution itself, not only in relation with diagnosis itself, but we are able to say, hey, maybe your inverter is not well performing. Hey, maybe your sun tracker is not well performing. On real time, we have always updated all the information to, at the end, take better business decisions. The market is huge, as you know, it's growing 20%, 21% year over year during the last 5 years. The perspective for the future is continuously growing 20%. I start 3 years ago, this presentation with 5 billion euros, the total market. Now we are speaking about 10 millions, and in the future it will be bigger. And what is the difference between Clever and other solutions? Other solutions are flying around the power supply, as you can see here. At the end, because the data that are collecting is indirect, are based on production, the manual intensity is quite huge. As you can see here, it's around 93% of the total operational costs that today are. Thanks to have this accurate digital information for diagnosis, we are able to reduce this manual process thanks to have this continuously updated information. Let me say some numbers. So the typical average installation, the return of investment is close to 1.1. Now, thanks to digitalize the operational maintenance procedures, you are able to recover up to 1.6 instead of this 1.1. Why? Because to have accurate data for diagnosis and looking forward efficiency, thanks to work on the PV module that is the power generator, not the inverter. The inverter is something in between. The generator is the PV module. Thanks to measure the generator, we are able to measure the efficiency, measure, of course, the production, and know what is happening on the installation. Our business model is software as a service. We are working with different banks that are providing us support, and we are very happy if there are somebody from Banco Santander here to start conversations as well. And we have traction from different big corporations. We start with Repsol. It will be a pleasure to continue conversations. If here somebody from Repsol, we have the first pilot with them. We have different pilots ongoing and looking forward to continuously growing with other kind of huge utilities that are the ones that are providing for us a huge experience and very nice feedback. I don't know if there are somebody here from Iberdrola. It will be a pleasure as well to start with conversations. And of course, as all the, some of the startups, we are looking for a financial round to grow and speed up our sales. So we are looking for grow the team with the sales just to speed up granularity and market growth and our positive impact and value significant, and it's a pleasure to have this in Clever. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bishma. I thought he was going to work his way through the whole IBEX 25 for a second there. You managed to Repsol, Banco Santander. Well, if you don't ask for what you want, you won't get it, I guess. So fair play to him for doing that. Okay, so Miguel Angel, you're next. If you want to come up on the screen. I asked him where he was from. He said Asturias. And I said, is it Gijón or Oviedo? And he said no. So he wouldn't tell me beyond that. So maybe you can tell all the people where you're from, because it's somewhere hidden in Asturias. Anyway, big round of applause, please, for Miguel Angel. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you. Thanks for the intro. The company is based in El Entrego. It's a really small place in Asturias, so we call it Asturias. At H2Vector, what we're doing is that we're building an energy ecosystem around green hydrogen in order to decarbonize professional applications. And what we're trying to do is to support the decarbonization of 3 sectors. The first one are critical facilities. We're talking about airports, ports, hospitals. And for example, next year, we're going to be launching our first demo in an airport in Portugal. The second type of applications, and I will go to my previous experience in the private sector, it's on an industrial facility like gensets. Normally, large gensets are cool. The generators are cool with gray hydrogen, mostly today. And we can decarbonize those applications really easy with the devices that we're building. And the third one is one of the ones that Europe is pushing for a lot, which is mobility, and on which we are developing infrastructure solutions on that topic. The goal and the plan is ambitious, and it has to be. The challenge is ambitious on the energy transition. And what we have started is to develop our first solution, a green hydrogen battery that goes all around the hydrogen cycle, taking renewable surpluses and converting them into compressed hydrogen, and then bringing that energy back as electricity, heat, and compressed hydrogen for stationary and mobility solutions. the market on which this is established is going to be growing because renewables are going to be growing and they're going to take more than 90% of the share of energy in the future by 2040. So we have a $1 trillion US market and trillion terawatt energy market also. So, but the real fact is that we have to build it. And that's what we have been doing in H2 Vector. We have been building these solutions on a B2C model as for today. But we have also opportunities on the B2B market. For example, the project that we have on the far right, which is in Estonia. Our customers using our model and combining it with energy management systems and water, and also water management systems in order to provide the decentralized solutions for their customers. We have been listening to our customers, which enable us to provide customized solutions, but that are really close to the original design. And due to that continuous listening, we have been able to launch our first 2 verticals, which are on the industry, let's say, heavy industry sector, and also in the mobility sectors with our projects, well, the ones that you can see on the screen. We're competing on this part of our journey with lithium batteries, and I will leave you with 2 facts. The first one is that for an application with an autonomy of 24 hours or more, our solution being built in Asturias in our small shop cannot beat in terms of price lithium batteries. And the other fact is that on the scope 3 of emissions, we are twice more efficient than lithium batteries abating CO2. Also, we're competing against other companies, but the thing that we like and that we embrace is that we are the most flexible in terms of energy delivery, and also we are building a solution that supports mobility. It's one of our main focuses. Our roadmap was started back in 2019. We have been building several products, and the future for us is going to be on the stationary products in order to support these critical storage solutions, but also on the mobility supporting with infrastructure the growth that we need to have there in order to decarbonize that sector. We have already sold more than 1 million euros in total revenue, like half on this past year. But the most important thing that I would like to tell you guys is that we have been establishing a solid foundation of diversified customers that will enable us to support our growth stage. And our team, it's composed by mostly technical people that enable us to perform our R&D internally, also to design, to build, and to commission our solutions in order to provide a solution to our customers. And to finalize, as a good startup, we are always raising money. So now we're raising 1 million euros in order to support that growth stage, and also in order to develop 2 interesting R&D projects that we are working on. And what we want to tell with H2 Vector is that we are showing the potential of green hydrogen. We are making solutions today, and we're supporting this energy transition that we so much need. Thank you, and open for questions.
Sorry, if I ever find my way to El Entrego, I'll call you for a cachopo.
Okay, I will
otherwise,
go with you for a cachopo.
Okay, we gotta go. Sorry, no questions. Okay, come on, Mateus, let's go. We're like way behind because I'm yapping away. I need to stop yapping. Okay, that looks good, yeah?
Thank you.
Okay, big round of applause, please, for Mateus.
Hello, everyone. I'm very excited to be here. My name is Matthias. We are a spin-out from the University of Manchester, developing long-duration energy storage. Specifically, we are innovating in the redox flow batteries with our membraneless solution. And our solution goes far beyond that just storing energy. We are committed to making renewable energy accessible anywhere, anytime, and for everyone. And why we are doing this? Because we understand how important is achieving the net zero targets. But also we understand that these come with very complex challenges, specifically being one of them the intermittency of renewable energy that create this mismatch between the supply and demand. When the renewable energy is required, it's not the same time when it's needed. So this creates that there is a lot of renewable energy wasted every year. Just to give you an example, in the UK last year, in a few months, more than 60 billion were spent just because import and curtailment compensation due to the lack of renewable energy storage system. And at Halogen, we come to close this gap with our solution that allows to storage energy for long periods, a large amount of energy, and highly competitive prices. And how we are doing this? We are reinvented and reimagined redox flow batteries. There is a technology that has been proven in the market for the last 40 years. So we capture the strength of this technology. We are durable, efficient, and reliable. But also we are incorporating sustainable elements here. Normally, traditional flow batteries use vanadium, that is a very scarce material, and we change it completely with zinc, that is abundant, a very easy source material, and also bromine, that is a byproduct that we can obtain from the desalination process. But also we are affordable. And how we are doing this? Because one of our main innovations is that we remove the membrane of the traditional batteries. And the membrane is one of the primary points of failure, but also is account of over 30% of the cost of the battery. So just doing that, we streamline our process. Normally, traditional batteries have this 2-tank double flow system, and our system is one single tank, one flow system. So our solution also is very versatile, can be used in many different industries. But just to give you an example, in the utility market, we can provide many different revenue opportunities. We can participate in the wholesale market doing arbitrage, but also we can participate in the ancillary services, offering grid support, and in the capacity market. But by storing renewable energy in the high production periods, we can alleviate the grid, avoiding very expensive infrastructure upgrade. So installing our batteries, we can enhance the system reliability. But we understand that we are not alone. There are many very important and interesting competitors there, but we are confident that with our solution, we can stand out. In terms of cost, we can deliver very low CapEx and OpEx, but also our batteries, the lifespan is more than 20 years, exceeding way below the lithium batteries. And in terms of round-trip efficiency, we can rival lithium solutions. And also we understand that we cannot do everything alone, so that's why we are partnering with very prestigious and important institutions that are providing us with funding and also commercial support. Also, we have been awarded with many accelerator programs where we are refining our business strategy and they are introducing us with different stakeholders. But the most important and why I'm here today is because we require more support. We need to pilot our technology in different scenarios, and we believe that here in Spain, for example, is a very good opportunity because our technology also is not inflammable and can operate in very high temperature environments without the risk of explosion. So it's a very interesting solution, specifically when other technologies cannot operate without cooling system, and our system doesn't require it. So, well, next year, we're going to start our funding round, so I'm happy to start exploratory conversation with any VC. But as I said before, our main goal today is to get in contact with companies that are willing to explore how we bring innovation to their facilities, how we can do use cases in the plants, sign commercial agreements. So I will be thrilled to talk with anyone who wants to learn more about the technology. Thank you very much.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. I'll take that from you. For a guy from Manchester, his accent sounded kind of Chilean, but anyway. Okay, now we come with Toby, who has a proper London accent, kind of. Kind of. Yeah, anyway, you're working on it. Okay, big round of applause, please, for Toby.
Thank you, everybody. I'm here. So, Toby Gills, CEO of IPG Energy. I'm here to tell you how we're on a mission to replace the diesel generator and how we're starting to do that in the construction sector. To do this, we've developed our product, the IPG Flameless Generator, which is an on-site, pollutant-free generator, unique in its capability to generate that power from any fuel. So, as I said, we're targeting the construction industry. It's an industry that is increasingly getting a lot of pressure from regulation around carbon emissions, air quality standards, as well as customers to decarbonize, to be cleaner, to be more environmentally sustainable. And therefore, there's a lot of additional value being placed in the tendering process to being more sustainable. And therefore, that's also translating into wanting to replace diesel generators. Now, in principle, you could look at HVO, hydrogen, ammonia, e-fuels, synthetic fuels. The list kind of goes on and on. Now, each of these in principle offer you the opportunity to decarbonize and do good things, but they also kind of often have drawbacks. Perhaps in the case of HVO, it's not as sustainable as we'd quite like it to be, or perhaps it's high green hydrogen, no offense, and it's just crazy expensive. And so there's a lot of drawbacks as well as benefits. And that kind of means that companies aren't willing to kind of jump and replace all of their diesel generators to this kind of one net zero solution, because effectively what we have is a chicken and egg problem where no one of these industries, no one of these technologies, no one of these fuels is able to achieve the economies of scale to be cheap as diesel, and therefore we're not going to replace them. But again, as I said, given that there is a lot of increased value being placed on being more sustainable in this industry, as well as others, obviously for the companies that could do this, there's a great potential. Now, it might come as no surprise, and I'm going to tell you the way of getting that potential and unlocking that value is through fuel-agnostic generators. Now, our award-winning product, the IPG Flameless Generator, as I said, is a generator that can operate on any fuel. It means green hydrogen, it means ammonia, it means all these things on the screen, as well as everything else. Frankly, as long as it's a liquid or a gas, we can put it in our generator and generate pollutant-free power at the flick of a switch. No change needed to the technology, no engineers needed to go on site or to bring the generator back home. It can just operate on these fuels. So with a generator that can operate on any fuel at the flick of a switch, we can do two key things. Number one is we can control costs. And number two is we can remove that uncertainty about what the future renewable fuels is going to look like. So that's great. What does this really tangibly look like, say, in the construction industry? Well, first things first, let's start with the benchmark of what we're up against, which is the diesel generator. When coming to powering on-site welfare facilities, often those cabins and security lights and things like that, companies will spend around £150,000 a year running their diesel generator. Now, what you can see here is 90% of that cost goes into diesel and about 10% of it goes into renting a diesel generator, but this is our benchmark. What we're able to do is we're able to turn up with one of our generators, as well as battery storage, and we're able to basically invert that. And for the same, if not less, total cost of ownership, we can reduce CO2 emissions by up to 88%, even when operating on diesel. And then sometimes when we're in a good situation, for example, we've got a project coming up in the UK where we're going to be able to get our hands on quite a lot of bio-LPG. And in fact, for the same price, we're going to be able to push that up to about 98% CO2 reduction. And then if you really want to push it, and you really want to go ham and try and get as close to 100% as possible, we can say drag in some green hydrogen. It's a bit expensive to start making things a bit more pricey, but we can start pushing towards the 99, 100% CO2 reduction. So what we're able to do here is offer customers a dial. How much do you want to decarbonize? How much are you and your end customer able or willing to pay to do so? And tailor what we deliver to that demand. In doing so, we're going to do one very key thing, and that's break this chicken and egg cycle and turn it into a fortuitous circle. Because if what we can do is we can build that consistent and regular demand for these renewable fuels, we're going to be able to start compounding the benefit, enabling these fuel producers to scale up production, producing more fuel at an ever lower cost, and for that same total cost of ownership, get from where we are today, which is everything being diesel, to where we want to go, which is everything being renewable, as quickly as possible. Okay, so tech sheet for anyone who's a spec sheet for anyone who's a bit more technically minded. Our flagship product is a 50 kilowatt generator, about 45% efficient. There's a list of fuels there, but like I said, it runs on anything. And look, frankly, what we've got here is a generator in a box. And yes, we're putting that into the construction industry right now, but if you want to use it for anything else, we can do it for anything else. We think we're onto something, and so do a bunch of other people, right? We've won loads of awards, particularly in the construction sector, and we've got an ever-growing pipeline of projects coming up. In fact, our problem is that we've got more customers lined up than we could deal with, and so we're fundraising at the moment. We're raising £10 million to do two things. One is to build more units so we can put them on these trials and keep going even further, and the next is start scaling up our production capacity so we can go beyond where we are today with our small R&D facility that at a push, we could, if someone really came and held a gun to my head, I could make the guys work really hard and make 50 of these in a year. But we need to go bigger. We need to go further, because if we are going to be going the replacement to the diesel generator, we need to ultimately, by the end of the decade, be making these in the thousands. Great plan, well, great technology, I reckon, great plan, lots of good customers. But obviously, a plan is only a plan unless you've got the team to actually deliver on it. We've got a great team. The person I'm going to focus on here is our latest addition to our C-suite, which is our Chief Operating Officer, Alex Anderson, who is, if you like, our poacher turned gamekeeper who spent the last 14 years working at the Tier 1 automotive sector. So he's been bullied He's been bullying OEMs into sort of maximizing profits for construction, for manufacturing companies. He's now going to do the reverse job. Brilliant. And so let's try and finish up. Like I said, great product. We're going to accelerate the transition away from diesel, and I believe you're all convinced, because otherwise you'd have all run out by here otherwise. If you want to trial one of these things, come and talk to us. We've got some limited capacity for next year. If you want to join our round, come and talk to us. That'd be great. We've got a lead. We'd like to diversify the round before we close in the next couple of months. And if you've got any interest, in particular, if you or any of your friends are in the renewable fuel game, come and speak to us, because I think there's some really interesting conversations we could have. Thank you very much.
Fantastic, Toby. That's really good. Okay. I've never heard a leadership team described as full stack before. I've heard of a full stack developer, but that's a new one for me. Okay, so Felipe, we really love you because you're from Porto Alegre. So, we like people from Porto Alegre and South Summit, so you're very welcome. So, can we have a big South Summit, Porto Alegre, Bilbao, round of applause, please, for Felipe. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Felipe Barcelos. I am co-founder of SolarBot. We are pioneers in Brazil for robotic cleaning, waterless, in a waterless manner for solar panels. Well, I'm happy to be here. Actually, we were in South Summit last year, and now we're here in Bilbao. Well, did you know that soil and dust can take up to 35% of the energy output in solar panels? Well, this actually accounts for 25 billion kilowatt hour only in Brazil of loss. And as the market there will quadruplicate in the next 5 years, so will this number. And what is being done to address this issue right now? Cleaning with bare hands. This is the scenario that we see common there in Brazil, which takes a lot of manpower, a huge waste of water, very slow process, and at a high cost, right? To take it as a benchmark, we picked the data from one of our customers, Eletrobras, the biggest electricity company in Brazil, and they were cleaning 1 megawatt in 4 days with 4 people and wasting 10,000 liters of water, while we are doing the same job currently with only 1 robot in 4 hours without wasting a single drop of water. We are the first in Brazil to bring this technology of waterless cleaning, and we equipped our robot with IoT to make it easier to function. Now we're working in a semi-autonomous way. In 2023, we started the prototype and validating the solutions with big companies. And we designed our business model as not to sell robots, nor to lease robots, but to provide the service end-to-end to our customers, focusing on long-term contracts. We started our operation go-to-market this year from April to today, actually October. We cleaned more than 700,000 panels with our technology. We're saving more than 2.5 million liters of water and generating $120,000 in revenue, with our profit margin being 40% after taxes. So we are keeping this profitable number. Some of our customers here, this means that we are actually penetrating the market in Brazil. We are with the most important energy retail companies in Brazil already. We actually are with the most important players in the operation and maintenance as well. So we are penetrating the market pretty well. We see 2 European companies like Engie and EDP here too. As a startup, we won more than 14 prizes. We were happy to be a finalist in South Summit Brazil last year. And maybe some very important achievement was appearing in the Canal Solar, the biggest portal of information of a solar energy sector in Brazil. For our team, me and Rediton, we are seasoned, experienced, and education in engineering and management and governance of companies. We have 2 veterans of the solar energy industry in Brazil, Jonathan Rao, and Jonathan has just joined us as a director to expand our operations. And our robotics teams and engineering is led by Gabriel, seasoned engineer in mechatronics and robotics. We are looking for $1 million investment in order to expand our operation in Brazil to all the country. We aim to multiply by 10 our revenue, keeping the same profit level. We want to industrialize our manufacturing, lowering the cost of our technology, and develop the version of the 100% autonomous robot, which is made for the big, real big power plants. As for the exit thesis for our investors, we know that Brazil is the sixth largest country in the world in terms of solar power. And we know that a soft landing in this market can be through investing in us or even acquiring us. So I think this can be a good scenario for exit. We see here two other big companies that we use as benchmark in the world in solar cleaning solutions, and they've done the IPO. So we also believe that since the size of our market, we also believe that IPO can be a solution. So if you're interested in investing in Brazil or taking part on our journey of this profitable business, feel free to reach out. This is my QR code for my contacts. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Felipe. Sorry, there's no time for questions. Okay, so the next Felipe. Okay, let's go. Go, come on. He's even brought a prop. How did you get that in an airplane? Did you get that in an airplane or like? Okay, keep your secrets. Okay, so here's your clicker. So this is the last of this set of cohorts. Can I have a welcome, please, for Felipe? Thank you.
Test. Hello. Thank everyone for hanging up, keeping up the energy. This is an energy contest, so let's keep it up. I'm Filipe Fernandes. I'm Filipe Fernandes, founder and CEO of Wincredible, and our mission is to provide accessible wind energy. You know, from ancient times, wind played an important role in our society. Portugal and Spain divided the world and then conquered it using the wind. Today, we want to bring the same effect to the cities. There are current wind generation technologies available in the market, but they make no sense applying them at urban scale. So our goal is to downscale these giants and apply it at the consumer level. So the real answer is that most common turbines on the market, they are either noisy, inefficient, or unreliable for a lifetime operation. And most of the manufacturers, they don't provide maintenance to their clients. So we believe that we have the answer to all these problems combined. With a wind turbine that is robust, efficient, safer for the fauna, and above all, it's silent during operation. Our middle-sized model is expected to produce from 20 to 50% of a household electric needs and can yield more energy per square meter, which is very important for urban landscapes. Today, we have implemented 2 pilot projects for a middle-sized turbine and 2 for the small one. You can see them on the video. The largest one, it's our middle size, so we can expect an even bigger model. The goal is to produce electricity, energy, right at the source of the need, where the consumer needs it. Easy to install, easy to maintain, and scalable in installation. Today, we are using glass fiber, and carbon fiber. This can also be replaced by more sustainable materials, such as flax or hemp fibers. We are building 3 different models for different applications. Our smallest model, which is slightly bigger than this one, mostly optimized for outdoor activities, camping, small vessels, electrical critical components, so where the client values every watt produced outside the grid. If you're competing with the grid, we need to grow bigger. We need to have a bigger sized model that can make sense in terms of economic-wise, and we find this scale the optimum between power output and also size, because if you want to install it in a city, there are regulations to respect. Our most focus will be the residential applications, commercial buildings, and renewable energy communities that we see popping up everywhere in Europe, and probably in Portugal is one of the leading installers. And finally, because we know this is not enough, our industrial clients, they really want more, and our middle size is still too small. So we are developing, or will be developing, an even bigger model for industries application, but also blue economy and solar parks to hybridize their production. So since we started, we developed the 2 and prototype 2 first models. We have been using them for showcasing the usability of the technology. And you see here, we brought them to Rock in Rio, the largest music festival in Portugal. And during 2 weeks, 2 weekends, we charged over 300 cell phones. So decarbonizing live events is just one possible application of this model. We're also on track to implement 10 pilot projects with these companies. They are looking to validate, the goal of the pilot is to validate technology, but also looking to incorporate the product in their offering. And lastly, we struggle with the demand, and we have over 700 homeowners, 50 companies, 15 installers, 7 countries wanting the technology. So the challenge is on us to make this work. The market is growing year by year. It's expected to reach 17 billion by 2030. But we see there's a high potential in special two markets, the PPA agreements for commercial buildings, but also the hybridization of solar parks where wind is still available. There is capacity to, we are able to increase the capacity output of the park. Today, we are raising because we need it. We needed to answer the needs of the clients, the market, the demand, but also because we want to develop the bigger size model. And we believe this will be a very important push for the profitability of the company. We already raised enough to prototype and develop the smaller models. This next round is to bring them to market, industrialize the manufacturing process, and lowering the cost of the equipment, which is one of the main challenges to make wind at this scale economically viable. I'm very happy that I started this with Antonio, my co-founder. We were both military in Guardia Nacional Republicana, same as Guardia Civil here in Spain. Me and myself, I was a facility manager of the HQ, and one of my missions was to reduce the cost of electricity. I already have a couple kilowatts of solar, also solar heating panels. We have applied for a solar neighborhood, a renewable energy community. But, you know, Pontinha, our HQ was very windy. So we started to look for wind solutions. And we came out to the conclusion there were no one representing them in Portugal, no one selling them in Portugal, no one commercializing them in Portugal. So as military ourselves, we decided to get our hands in the matter. We made a few turbines that I'm really proud of, but were not that efficient. Luckily, we found 2 engineers willing to work with us. Marvin, an experienced mechanical engineer, we helped us with our first structural designs, but later we researched for an expert in aerodynamics. I found a Portuguese researcher, over 2 pages of publications in ResearchGate. I decided to use my knowledge of my previous function. I used investigative tools, very non-LinkedIn. I searched for Nelson and I found him working 5 minutes away from the unit. And my wife was a contact. So she made a connection. We invited Nelson to join us with the promise to put 1 turbine in every rooftop. And so, together with his design, we adapted this technology into products that can be useful for decarbonizing society. So today, I welcome you to join us in this mission to bring accessible wind energy to the market. We are operating in Portugal, and invite you to join, to visit us if you ever go there. Thank you so much for the attention.
Okay, thank you, Felipe. Obrigado. No questions. You can pass the clicker to Wojciech, who's on. Okay, so that finished that cohort. So now we continue the next cohort, which is mobility. And we're going to welcome Wojciech from Valencia. Just wait until we get your little, all the things cycled out. And perfect, there it is. Okay, 1 round of applause, please, for Wojciech from Valencia. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Wodoshinsky. I'm a CEO and founder of Gaia Charge, and I want to tell you about how we're bringing the Tesla supercharger experience to non-Tesla vehicle and everyone else. Right now, when you choose to buy an electric car, you have 2 options. You either buy a Tesla, you have a great app, everything works, everything is connected, they're unicorns and rainbows, or you buy a car of a different manufacturers, and then you have to deal with the fact that 1/4 of all the chargers in Spain are out of service, that you have to download a bunch of different apps, and generally the kind of range anxiety is something that you have to live with every day. And this is because the value chain for EV charging is actually much more complex than many people realize. And it consists, in many cases, of different entities that have to work together. So if there's one tiny glitch, one tiny problem with that chain, the driver cannot charge. And as a driver, I don't care why it happened. I cannot charge, and it's what I will stop with. So as we see it, it's like there is a road. It's just filled with potholes. Technically, there is charging infrastructure. It's just unbearable to use. So for this, we basically focus on the kind of three biggest challenges that we saw. First is focusing on the availability of the chargers, making sure that they always work. If you see our logo on a charger, you can guarantee that you'll be able to charge. Second of all is actually sharing the information, the state of the charger with as many entities as possible. So the drivers can make a decision to go to one charger or another based on their availability, or even a navigation software can automatically route you through the charger if it knows it is available. And thirdly, making the charging process easier. You don't have to download yet another app, create yet another account. You should spend as least time possible actually starting managing the charging session. So for that, we built a vertically integrated system. As I mentioned, usually you would have to work with different providers and just kind of make it work. We started with developing our own charging equipment, which is capable of many things, amongst it plug and charge, which literally means you can plug in your vehicle and it will automatically start charging, but also is capable of bidirectional charging, which means you can not only put the energy into the battery, you can take the energy out of the car, making the car this kind of battery on wheels. Then we have to develop all the software around it. The software that runs on the charger, the software that runs in the cloud, the software that runs on all the apps, everything that makes sure that data is being passed correctly. And then we complemented it all with a couple of services because the charger still has to be installed by someone. Phone call from a customer has to be picked up by someone. With this, we effectively have a complete solution for every EV charging needs. And with that focus on high reliability, we're very happy to say that we have uptime of 99%, which is on par with Tesla. And given that quarter of all the chargers in Spain are out of service, we are setting really high bar here. Also, we're reaching more than 4 million EV drivers, thanks to almost 30 different roaming agreements, allowing us to access all those drivers from the whole Europe. And some of our locations even have utilization up to 70%, which is really unprecedented. But thing that always warms our heart is the feedback from the drivers. The comments that they leave when they actually keep coming back, they see the difference, that they can trust us, and it will always work. So you can ask, well, who are you exactly in there? Well, as we call it, we are a hybrid CPO, charge point operator. On one side, we're acting as this classic CPO, where we're the ones investing, we're the ones that develop, install, and operate the charging stations and make revenue by, selling the energy, which is very much a long-term investment. And then on the other side, to kind of compensate for it, we also offer basically a turnkey EV charging solution in a renting model. We're actually the first company in Spain that offers such a solution as a renting, which is more suited for locations where drivers maybe not the ones that actually pay for the energy. So that might be hotels, supermarkets, fleets, last mile logistics, for example. And with this one, we actually have a ROI much shorter around a year. So we basically started this company. We've built all of that with proper funds. It's a bootstrapped business, and now we're ready to take it to the next stage. First of all, we need to grow the sales organization. We actually partnered with Spring 135 that allows us to grow the team very quickly without all the kind of HR hustle. Second of all, we also see the opportunity for some acquisitions. This market has a tendency to go through a consolidation every 4 or 5 years, and we see the 2025 as one of those years. So our goal would be to basically acquire some of the smaller charging networks in Spain to put a bigger footprint for us. And then by the 2028 Innovate, our goal is to enter the top 10 Spanish charging networks. You might ask, why not number 1 or number 2? Well, numbers from 1 to 5 are energy companies, so we have to be realistic. And then, you want someone above you for a potential acquisition in the future. So yeah, that's Gaia Charge. If you have any type of questions, I will be here till Saturday. So if you want to grab something and chat, I'm available, and here you can find my contact info. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Wojciech. Okay, next we continue with Jorge from Zurich. Okay, let's get on stage quickly as possible because there are buses waiting for us and we need to try and get all this done. And here goes Jedzi. Okay, adelante.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Not many people remaining, but the important ones, I guess. And also the energy levels are low, so I will try to keep it short and entertaining for everyone. My name is Jorge Perez. I have had 3 lives, I could say. The corporate one, the one as an investor in a fund, in a Swiss fund, investing globally. And then now, my life in Jetsi as a CEO of a company, of a drone company, that we are changing the medical delivery. So let me show you what we do. So as you could see, we are the only drone in the world delivering window to window. But that doesn't mean that we cannot deliver, obviously, in the field or in other areas. What we are doing is a medical delivery with laboratory samples. Now we're starting with some organs, part of the organs, and we can do anything. We are already operating in Switzerland. This is very important. We are not the pilot, we are not the project, we are operating already. And why the idea of Jetsi? Well, we know that there is no time to lose. In the developing countries, people are dying for not getting on-time healthcare delivery. And in our countries, in our cities, unfortunately, we have still traffic jams every time. Critical deliveries need to arrive on time, and they are never because of different situations. And they are done with ambulances or with trucks, or sometimes even with cars. What means at the end there is much more to improve, much things we can do to improve. And in a nutshell, what we are doing is revolutionizing medical delivery. So we are doing window-to-window delivery, only one in the world. We have a patented system that you could see. When the drone lands, the battery charges automatically, so we can charge in half an hour 80% of the battery. We are also securing this drone for any wind, like even strong winds. And what we are doing with one thing that is very different to other drones is we are doing 120 kilometers in one direction. Then we arrive, we land, we charge, and then we can go to another direction. We don't need to come back to the base, because actually we are charging in the window. 120 kilometers of distance, of range, an average of 115 kilometers per hour, but we can reach the 200 kilometers in a delivery. And as you can see now, we are always, on average, 3 to 5 times faster. Of course, this is in our countries. If we go to countries in Africa or cities in Africa, this will be like 15, 20 times the speed of a normal vehicle. And also, we offer the companies, and this is our magic bullet, we offer the companies a better price even to what they are having, and they are getting from their truck drivers or distributors. What is our traction? So as I say, we are in operations since 2022. We have raised so far more than $7 million US. And we have a business model is full service for laboratories, direct sales for other countries that want to have their drone and operate themselves. And the market is massive. So we believe this is a great opportunity, and we wanted to be here in Spain to invite you to see this revolution. We are now creating new targets, also in the fighting of fires with firefighters. We can include in the drone these e-fireballs that you can drop, and we can have 4 of them inside the drone, and then we can extinguish the fire. We have also discussed with the Guardia Civil here, for example, in Spain, the Border Patrol, and then we have with the Red Cross. We are also having some pilots and starting some prototypes. We have already closed our round recently. We were announcing in the South Summit Madrid. We have just closed like a 4 million Series A round. But of course, as you know, all the startups are always looking for new partners for the future, and we will start soon to rise to prepare for our new Series B round. So thank you very much. Any question, possibly afterwards. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jorge. Nothing else to say. Okay, we continue. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 remaining teams to go. So if you can jump on stage with a big burst of enthusiasm, we will get ready to go. So just click your button and then ready to go. Okay, big welcome, please, for Nicolo from London.
Hi, everyone. My name is Nicolo. I'm the CEO of Logidot. We're an industrial IoT company, and we help factories and warehouses optimize their operations by tracking their mobile assets in real time and by optimizing the processes through intelligence. And that's really our mission, is bringing people, assets, processes, and spaces into optimal flow. And we can apply this to many spaces, but we're very much focused on what happens inside a factory and a warehouse. And the reason for that is because most warehouses and factories lack the real-time visibility of where their assets are indoors, and that causes inefficiencies, work time being wasted on looking for tools, for assets, for stock, also quality and safety issues. Incidents happen, collisions between vehicles and pedestrians, stock being misplaced and damaged. Also in terms of sustainability, spaces and assets not utilized properly, and that obviously 13% of all CO2 emissions are due to the material handling inside the factories and warehouses, and that could be reduced dramatically. But also operating cost. Because processes are typically not dynamic and smart, there's a lot of cost that could be saved by doing so. And essentially what we offer is a uniquely plug-and-play, low-cost and high-precision asset tracking with a spatial intelligence platform to help factories and warehouses track, analyze, and optimize their operations in real time. And effectively, that's what we offer. Number one is visibility, where things are inside as well as outside of the factory and warehouse, the ability to dynamically manage your inventory. The second core pillar is efficiency, so better utilizing your equipment, your human resources, but also the ability to create automations based on the real-time location of all these assets and people. Also on the safety front, detecting incidents such as collisions or speeding, but also preventing it. For example, we can slow down a vehicle before a crash might happen, as well as using that data to better train your personnel. And sustainability, because we can track all these movements, both indoors and outdoors, we can better estimate transport-related CO2 emissions. And to give you a bit more of a visual idea of how this works, so we're a full-stack company, so we do both the hardware and the software. So the hardware effectively is composed of stationary sensors that we call the anchors. Those are installed, they can be installed fully wirelessly or through cable very quickly, sometimes as little as a day, and different tags on the assets. So it can be wearable tags, tags on the vehicles, and effectively it's like an indoor GPS tracking all the movements, but also the temperature, vibration, all kinds of sensory data. And on the back of that, we can analyze it to help optimize the operations. And effectively, so we have the hardware, then we have our platform that you can access from a desktop, from a tablet, from a mobile phone, giving you all these fine-grained details on your efficiency, safety, and sustainability. So we have real-time data, historical data, but then also we use that data to predict what might happen in the future. Effectively, we create a digital twin, which helps optimize, for example, the routes dynamically, as well as assets allocation and so on. And effectively, what's unique about us is that we are the only solution, as far as we know, that's truly high performance, plug and play, and low cost. And effectively, the way we achieve that is because we've developed proprietary sensors as well as protocols that allow us to reduce the power consumption by a factor of 10 to 20, allowing it to be fully wireless, which means we can install it very quickly without putting cables everywhere. And that also has a big impact on cost. Effectively, we can reduce the cost of install by like 3 to 10 times, depending on the comparable. And also the software itself is very intuitive for easy onboarding, as well as giving access to actionable insights and also automation. I'm going to be quite quick here, but effectively, we are a full-stack company, as I mentioned. We do the hardware, we do the software platform. We also do the algorithmic optimization methods / AI for things like dynamic routing, dynamic scheduling, but also the predictive models that we've developed. In terms of where we stand compared to other solutions in the market for inventory and asset tracking, so effectively on one end of the spectrum, you've got very manual operations. On the other end of the spectrum, you've got very automated, fully robotic warehouses and factories. Effectively, if you consider the fully automated factory warehouse as a fully self-driving car and the manual one as a fully manually driven car, we're a bit like Waze. We help your manually driven car becoming smarter and more intelligent by effectively using real-time data, but it's effectively a retrofit solution. And to give you a direct comparison with other solutions out there, effectively there's different technologies out there for indoor tracking. There's Bluetooth, RFID, ultra-wideband, and they all have pros and cons. But effectively, what we offer is really sort of accuracy down to 10 centimeters for indoor tracking, but at the price of Bluetooth. And that also works very well in metallic environments like factories and warehouses because it uses a wide portion of the spectrum. And behind the scenes, it's based on ultra-wideband as well as a mesh protocol that we designed in-house. That's how we can get this performance. Very quickly about the team. So we are a team of scientists, engineers, business development, and operatives. And effectively, we combine these skills, and we're also supported by some industry leaders and pioneers for the industrial IoT space. And effectively, the way we package our product is that we have different kinds of modules. So we have a standalone product that utilizes our hardware as well as our platform, which we call a visibility module. But then we have a productivity module, which allows you to integrate with your ERP, MES, or WMS systems. And once we do that, that opens up access to data like barcode scans, RFID scans. And the next module after that, which we're still building, is what we call the intelligence tier, which will allow also more control. So effectively controlling your fixed and mobile automation and re-delivering the entire kind of control of your fleet. Very quickly about the business model, it's effectively a hardware plus SaaS model. We charge a one-off installation fee. Hardware can be purchased or leased, and then there's a subscription based on how many assets you're tracking, how many sites you're covering. But it's effectively, this gives you like an order of magnitude for typical warehouses of 10K square meters. So it's very reasonable compared to what's on the market. And I'm happy to talk about some use cases if you're interested. But effectively, this is a case study that we did with a 3PL of Coca-Cola in Eastern Europe. And effectively, what we've delivered is both a dramatic reduction of incidents as well as inefficiencies through dynamic routing, dynamic scheduling, and so on. So in terms of like how we plan to grow, so we've already done 7 installations, and we're looking to grow our customer base. So fundamentally, what we've been doing so far has been direct selling, but we're building our partners network. So effectively, like system integrators in different countries. And by 2026, we will also offer a self-service model where effectively we can ship you the sensors, you install them with some remote support, but effectively that will help us grow and scale across not just the EU, but beyond. And we're also looking to apply this to different use cases, not just vehicles, people, and tool tracking, but also robotic, as I mentioned earlier. And these are some of our partners that we are working with, so both real estate partners, technology partners, as well as system integration partners. And if you're one of these, I'm happy to talk to you. And in terms of like our customer base is fundamentally like, we fundamentally address 3 main verticals. One is manufacturing, the other one is logistics and transport, and the third one is retail. And we work with customers like GXO, Nitella, Palo d'Arte, British Sugar, and we're looking to talk to you if you're interested in trying it out. Happy to do a demo later. And last but not least, we're also raising our seed round, raising 2 million. If you're an investor, happy to talk to you too. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, very good. Okay, thank you, Nicolo. Okay, let's go. We have this 3 to go, and there's like all sorts of logistics follow-on stuff that's going on. So if you're ready to go. So can we have a round of applause, please, for Antonio?
Hi, everyone. I'm Tony Migliore, founder and CEO of Muva, which is a platform built from real experience. we work like an ecosystem between the companies that has delivery needs and the one that have delivery capacities, and we take profit from both of that. We say that logistics lack tech, and we are tackling part of the whole logistics world. 25% of the carbon emissions came from logistics, and we are concentrated in this very moment in two verticals, which are e-commerce and the traditional companies' issues. So what we do to solve that problem is that we develop, we leverage, meaning we operate, and we license that technology. The team is built from serial entrepreneurs and has a position in the whole Latin America and also in Spain and UK. And this is what we have done in these years. We have grown from Argentina in only 5 years to the whole Latin America. We are the company with the largest presence in Latin America. Actually, we are kind of a scale-up, much more than a startup. We are doing like $15 million a year in revenues. And now we are entering into Europe through an acquisition of a Spanish company. We are about to communicate that openly. We just say that we have already signed it. And also we are entering into UK because we have won an accelerator program there from the government. So we keep expanding. We have a business in the US. What we're actually doing is, well, these are a bunch of clients. What we're actually doing is this technology-driven business. As I said, we are between the companies that have delivery needs and the ones that have delivery capacities. And so we have built a whole platform with different technology, different windows, from the operation to the final customer to the logistics company. So each one of them and the apps, you can assimilate this like a Uber thing, but instead of people for packages, which is much more complex. So we have deep technology to solve the whole thing. For instance, we don't have any asset, we don't have any drivers, but we have what we call movers. Movers are logistics companies aiming to fill their vans or individuals. And to attract them, we have our own AI way to attract them and not leave money on the table when getting in splitting what is to each one. We also have our own clustering capabilities. This is quite interesting, and I will tell you what I'm speaking about. This is a top-of-the-notch technology, very unique. And what you're seeing there, as it works, is not a map trajectory. It's the behavior of the agents, or meaning the drivers. At the end of the day, we see what they are doing during the day, and each turn is when they deliver a package. So we understand in the whole routes that they have already done during the day, where we find areas or time overlaps so we can recluster or reprocess the algorithm. In this way, we have been developing a technology that is widely expandable or affordable. We also have a product done for e-commerce, because e-commerce in these few minutes I have been speaking with you is 24/7, meaning that in these very few minutes, people are purchasing online and now again, and you have to solve that online. So you have different algorithms to pick up and deliver in real time what is being sold. This is quite amazing and different from the things that you see around. For sure, we're integrated with every e-commerce motor and also engine, or also Open API. And we not only do that, I told you, remember, we also tackle industries. We have developed a whole different product. And this is actually a real map from California, the biggest winery producer in the US / the world, uses our technology for their harvest. So this is a combination of the shipping capabilities that I showed you before, and asset tracking, also geofence techniques for the drivers to see where they have to go. Our technology doesn't care if we are moving trucks or vans on different cities, but actually the way they behave. In these very few minutes, it's very hard to enter in each and every part, but I can say that's a product we are expanding to Europe. We have gained some prestige in terms of sustainability because our model avoids to add new vehicles to the streets. So we deliver with the same vehicles that are delivering, adding new packages as they deliver. They go to an area of the city. In that area, they receive our information and they see that maybe 2 blocks from here, they can pick a new package or deliver a new one. So with that, we are avoiding a huge amount, even 47% in this particular case, of carbon emissions. For that reason, we represented Argentina twice in a G20, and the last time it was a competition in supply chain, we were the winners, global ones against anyone. Now, as I told you, we are expanding here, acquiring a company, and the actual investors in that company are investing in Muva. We are doing a round to expand the whole business in the US, and in particular in Europe and in the US. Well, thanks all.
Okay, fantastic, very good, Antonio, super good. Okay, Marco, can you come on stage, please, and let's get ready to go. We have Marco, we have just 2 companies left. So, what about, okay, you can take that, just check it's working. Check the, okay, and then we're ready to go. Okay, no round of applause, give you no time, adelante.
Hello everyone, it's Marco Filippi here, and I am the CEO and founder at Volvero. And the big news of this year is that we are also on Shark Tank, so check how it went later on. Go on YouTube and you will see how it went. But I want to bring you back just for a second to your last holiday. You just arrived to your beautiful final destination, and probably the first thing you want to do is to rent a car in order to explore the surrounding. But maybe recently you also needed to relocate, so you were looking for a van to rent where to throw all of your things in order to move them somewhere else. So if you dealt with a car rental service or alike, my question for you is, how was your last car rental experience? Most of the time, people hate car rental services. Indeed, they are pretty heavy and demanding in terms of user experience, quite unclear terms and conditions, and definitely unclear set of conditions and price you're paying. So for this reason, we created Volvero. Volvero is indeed an app through which we connect owners of different types of vehicles with people that want to rent such vehicles directly from owners, like Airbnb, but for cars. So currently, we are selling to car dealers that want to test different business lines by, for instance, renting out cars that are not sold, car rentals that can fully digitize their delivery of the service, corporates with a fleet of vehicles when they are not used for professional uses, and private owners like you. So you can make money, you can rent out your car on our platform. And all of this is coming with a huge impact. Indeed, for 96% of the time, cars and vehicles are not in use, creating a huge problem in the streets. We take away a lot of space just for putting cars there. So we waste a lot of urban areas as well as other materials that are used for producing assets that are just sleeping on the streets. In terms of the market dimensions, quite big, of course, everybody's moving every day, you can guess it. There are 2 big competitors in the United States, but in the rest of the world, the situation is pretty fragmented because of the lack of uniformity in regulations and insurances. But that's what we did differently. We created an insurance policy, so we are able to enter different markets. We already did it, and we will keep doing that. And we are a deep tech startup, so we have patents for how we collect data, analyze data in order to promote security in the model and enhance user experience. Currently, 13,000 people download our app, mostly in northern Italy. And for the next year, we are just planning to expand our operations in the rest of Italy, test Spain finally, and test a new value proposition for the B2B space. A few words about the 3 founders. I am CEO and founder, experienced in finance. I work for a VC in Silicon Valley. I work for a private equity here in Europe, so I take care of numbers, team management, and scaling the business. My two co-founders, Emre from Turkey, full stack software developer with huge experience in the area, so you understood that he's leading our technology development. And my co-founder and COO, Kayode, 10 years of experience with big corporates dealing with extremely complex projects, so he is the perfect COO we could ever had. 4 years together building Volvero from the scratch and growing it to the new heights. We already generated more than €500,000 in revenue in the last 3 years by keeping a percentage on each transaction. That's how we make most of our money. We are supported and funded by important players like Impact Hub, the European Institute of Technology, and we enter some of the best accelerators on earth. So we are here because we are looking for funding for our bridge round, $500,000 available. So if you want to invest, you can connect with me later on. We will invest in growing operation, marketing, and new hirings. But I have something here that I wanted to share. Of course, with the money, we will enter a second country, as said, and that second country and the second area is quite clear to us. We want indeed to support Valencia. There has been a huge issue recently there with the flooding. 100,000 cars have been wiped away. So our solution is perfect to supporting the local ecosystem and local communities. We can go together, deliver our service in Valencia starting next week if we want. We can do it for free. We don't want to charge for anything there, but we need partners that are committed to do that. So if you want to finance the operation for the next 6 months or offer access to talents that can support us while rolling out in Valencia, we can do it. So we will bring our technology. You can bring your capital or your network, your expertise there. We can do marvelous together. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Marco Filippi, CEO and founder at Volvero. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Marco. Okay, can I get the clicker from you? Thank you very much. Okay. Okay, the final, Albert, if you can come on stage, please. You're sorry, you know, it's good to be the last sometimes, okay? Not always, but hate people going first, but they definitely hate going last. Okay, so the very last speaker of the day. So, adelante, Albert.
Thank you so much. Thank you for staying until the end. You are the good ones, clearly. I'm Albert. I'm product director at Watson. And Watson is charging EVs, EV fleets, anytime, anywhere. As you know, there's a lot of power split out in the cities. Here we can see a screenshot of Madrid city, plenty of chargers everywhere. But unfortunately, if we look at the chargers, ultra-fast chargers, the ones with higher power than 200 kilowatts, there are really few of them. And this is what our customers need. And they are not where our customers are. So we are a network of mobile ultra-fast chargers delivering energy off the grid. How we do that? We have created a powerful charger that can deliver 100 kilometers in 5 minutes. Okay? This charger is powered by a battery that can charge up to 8 EVs per cycle. We have developed also a platform for our customers to monitor and get track of our operations. How we do that? We have designed two ways to deliver this energy. First one is Watson Go. In Watson Go, the charger and the battery are both mobile. Okay, and this is really optimal for split demand. Okay, vehicles everywhere in the city, like car sharing companies, taxis, or whatever. The second one is Watson Box. Okay, in Watson Box, we take the charger, we place it in our customer's place, and we warranty to provide the energy service when the customers need it with our vans. Okay. This is optimal for centralized demand, for companies who has a lot of EVs in a specific point of the city. okay, like car rentals or last-mile delivery networks. The main benefit for our customers is that we reduce the downtime immediately from 8 to 48 hours to only 30 minutes, okay? This implies less cost, this implies more revenue for them. We have two revenue streams. The first one is we sell kilowatt hour, we sell energy at a competitive price. And the second one, we charge service fees according to the complexity of the service that we are offering. Watson is the fastest service offer in this industry, the fastest mobile service, even faster than Tesla superchargers, okay? And this is really important to be profitable. Our customers need a fast charging. In terms of market, this is huge, okay? If we are considering all the cars that are serving today, we will have a TAM, a target addressable market of 55 billion euros. And behind all this, there is a team of 20 people, led by the founders, Juan Roldán and Rubén Valiente. We have the recognition of industry experts in both private and public sectors, and they have validated our idea. And this is our growth since we started operations in Q2 last year, okay? Thanks to our 5 top customers in Spain, we have charged more than 10,000 EVs, and we have delivered more than 240 megawatt-hour of energy. And this is where we want to go, okay? We are charging 60 cars every day, and we want to finish next quarter with 200, and we want to finish next year with 1,500, okay? Generating 1 million monthly recurrent revenue. How we do that? We are seeking for 2.6 million in a convertible note. We have already raised 1.6, so we are looking for a 1 million ticket to reach our Series A in Q3 this year successfully. Well, I hope you enjoy Wallbox as much as I do, and thank you so much for being the last and for your attention.
Okay, fantastic, Alberto. That's all. Okay, that's it. That's the end. Thank you for hanging on. There was something about a breakfast this morning or something like that. Yeah, everyone. Thank you for everyone. Thank you to Equipo Técnico. And yeah, come back for tomorrow at 10 o'clock. Thank you very much. Okay, bye-bye.